pull us out of purgatory. Dun, 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 dun. Dancing on the moon. Good evening, Club Cult. Will we stay connected? Let's find out on this episode of Serena TV. Dancing on the moon. I think it's staying. I think it's loaded. Let's pop into Discord for a minute and then we will head over to see Miss Void and Miss PB. The little B-balls. I haven't opened Discord in a minute. Sheesh. Oh, Miss Void. Just getting very, very used to the space. She was so chill meeting Chauncey. Peebs is officially in the foster room. We're very proud of her. Welcome, Sushi. Welcome, Kizzy. Welcome, Ghost Fedora. Welcome. You bubs happen to the Discord. Please do not forget to... Where am I even going here? What is this? No, I don't want to check it out. Go away. Don't forget to green check them their rules so that I can reel you in offline. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ah, why is that running? It doesn't need to be running. We did some computer maintenance offline. We did. We sure did. Where is this gonna be? Gunther, you're snoring so loud. Gunther got his little arthritis shot yesterday. Feeling good. Why is it asking me this? Is it gonna ask me that every single time? Did it blurp out? I think it's fine. I moved my laptop finally to the bedroom, so at some point we'll be able to stream in there too. But I can't just do my easy check from here. Oh, I think that's what did that. Okay. You double check over yonder. Welcome, welcome to. If you're having a lovely night so far. I want to make sure that we're fully connected. We are indeed. Zeke absolutely stole Foya's t-shirt pile over yonder. It's very silly and cute. I was making sure stream was connected. The last time it wanted to blurp out on me over and over and over again. And I can only check it on my laptop in the other room, which is fun. I'm gonna bop over to see Miss Void. I took your guys' inspiration. We have our daily menu for today. I'm going to bop in with Miss Void, give her some smooches. We're going to see Peebs for a little bit, little tiny baby Kimton, and then pop into some games, and then we'll have our low and slow DJ hour, which is actually story time hour, and go through another chapter or two of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy with Miss Gigi. Need caffeine. Tripod. It's right in front of me. Get our Go Cam going. We need a sweater because it's chilly out there in the real world. It's chilly. It's just slightly warmer today, so the heat is kicking. Less hard. It doesn't need to be open right now. I'm gonna lose audio for a second while I flip us over. There we go. Gunther's so cozy. He's the coziest biscuit. And Zeke too, but can't really tell that he's there in the pile of t-shirts. He stole Voya's pile of t-shirts. He stole it. I forgot I had this shirt. It was hidden in my laundry. Tidied up the closet a little bit in my off time. I think I've gotten most of the house buttoned up except the kitchen. The kitchen is still a disaster because just everything is going there in the midst of everything else getting bopped around. Updated computer stuff. Make sure everything's working. Inevitably, something will not be, but we're just going to do our best on that one. Have some coffee with the mama bear. I know what I'm forgetting. Here, let's set this up. And then we're good for on the go. Dun, 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 dun. Tank test. Tank test. Does Tank even know he's such a useful little diagnostic tool? Probably not. So far, he's doing really good with his cone off. I'm very proud of him. He scratched himself open a little bit, but it's not like the worst in the world. Let's see, where's Mr. Voya? I think he's in his housey. Mr. Bean, you're gonna have to share your little housey tomorrow. Mr. Tank needs his arthritis shot. And God, they're so cute. He's so cozy. Zeke! You have taken over the t-shirts. He looks so proud of himself. Like, haha. I claimed this location. Hello, Void. You coming to hang out with the boys? I don't know about that one. She met Slavka, and it went okay. Slavka actually booped noses with her first, and it was cute. And then she said, smack, smack. And Void didn't smack her back, but she raised her paw. She's like, I will get you, child. You got your bird TV on. It's very obnoxious. It's very obnoxious. Let's turn on the light. We're in the darkness. We're in the darkness. Meow. Is that so? I was I didn't know where you were. A very demanding meow. Where do we want to be, Void? I want to be where the people are. That's where you are, dear. Don't you know? Don't you know, Margot? Hi, Miss Ma'am. Hi, Miss Ma'am. I don't know if she's been around dogs before. Or I wonder if, like, Charlie, where she just happened to, like, not probably encounter them outside, because Charlie was fine with the dogs. Mostly-ish, when they first came in. But Chauncey and Pippi move really slow, and she's been fantastic and phenomenal with them. I'm very proud. I'm very proud, I am, but you haven't met Ringo or Diesel yet, and they move faster and they're bigger, and I don't know how you'll feel about that. But her and Chauncey were doing awesome together. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. Chauncey made a beeline for the bed, and here's this. Oh, you're gonna boop boop that way. Okay. Made a beeline for the bed before I was ready to have him in here. Don't show off your butt to the world. Turn around. Thank you. Girl, that's not how that works. She just held her ground. She wasn't defensive. She wasn't weird about it. I think she's just like a mama to everyone. She's just a very good girl. Wait, it's chilly. It's chilly. House is also less contained. There's much more doors open now than before. What's he doing, sis? What's he doing? What's he doing? I think she has a little cold going on. Make an appointment for her to go see Doc when I bring Tank in tomorrow. It might just be how dry it is in the house, though. It's like 16% humidity, which is way too low. But there's really not much that can be done about that. It's cold. It's cold and the heat be on. You watching your birds? Got to look like giant, like, chickens to her. It's huge. You chasing your crow chickens? Are you chasing your crow chickens? I feel like you're gonna knock my coffee over. You're just a happy lady. Where are you going? You're flipping over. Her and Tank have been so snuggly and cozy today. Hi, baby girl. Both of them demanded lap time for like a good half hour. And you were being so cute and hammy about it, I couldn't say no. I couldn't say no. She's so perfect. Wait, I changed my hair and we still match and blend in somehow. She's getting more okay with faces. She doesn't mind head boops. Smooches are still a little sus. I'm so proud of you, though. You have to telepathically... Aw. You have to telepathically tell Gigi that it's going to be okay and that she can be a social butterfly, too. Yes. Yes. She doesn't know what she's doing. She, like, knows the instructions for roly-poly play, but she doesn't know how to execute them. I mean, chew on my finger? See, she does that, but it's like she's nursing on my finger. It's weird. You don't know how to be a grown-up cat. You just don't. My phone showed me, like, past pictures, videos, whatever, earlier. And one of them came up from later this month, a year ago. I think it was February 25th. And it was a video of you. It was you. It was Void meeting a possum on the porch. You're so silly. You're so silly. She's so gentle, but so silly. She's getting so much more brave, though. You You're so gentle. I've never met a kitty that plays so gentle. You just think everyone is baby? She's using soft paws. She's not even, like, putting her claws out all the way. And she's using a soft mouth, even though it looks like she's being a little dagger head. And she's just gumming. You are so gentle. You are so gentle. You could be so adoptable if you weren't so shy. I really do believe, like, if the right person came around for her, she would just need, like, a month at most to decompress. And now we know she can get along with dogs, with other kitties, and she can tolerate Slavka of all people, of all kitties. That's impressive. It's very impressive. She just has the most beautiful curls. Boyd. Oh, you're gonna be shy lady now? Look at the little flooful tail. Shy lady. You gonna watch your burbs? Go get them. No, don't drink the coffee. Boyd, don't drink the coffee. Boyd, Boyd. Just because it looks like you doesn't mean it's drinky for you. Nope. Nope. Don't you thinky it's stinky? It's coffee. It's coffee, Miss Lady Man. Hi. She's like okay with this, but she also doesn't trust me any further than she can throw me. Yet for this. You see making little biscuits. And chewing on my sleeve, I guess. Hi. You're getting there, sis. I bet in like a year, you'll be the sweetest house cat there ever was. I think so. Say in that long? Bet. It'll happen by spring. Maybe. Maybe. You're such a good mama. You're actually getting into this. Look at you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You're glitching a little though. You're glitching out. That's a trust fall. That's a trust fall. Okay. That's a choice. Oh my god, Boyd. You are so darling. You are so weird and so goofy and so ridiculous. I don't know what this is. We've never done this before, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it. You got a little cough? That's what makes me think she has a little upper respiratory infection. Bless you. That startled the hell out of me. We did not anticipate that sneeze. But it might just be that it's dry in here. I don't know. You can keep going? You're usually cats do this over like the side of the couch, not in someone's arms. What do you think? You don't want to be put down? You're melting though. Aww. See this gonna melt? Little baby peanut. Oh, Void, I love you so much. I think maybe she loves me too. I think maybe. And you're kind of glued to my side right now. You are. A little sweetness. I'm giving boops. I'm giving boops. I'm gonna glitch out again. You gonna glitch out again? Oh. You're so gentle. She grabs my finger like a pacifier. It makes no sense. Are you swimming? You don't know what you're doing, but you're figuring it out. You're learning. You're learning. Oh, Miss Ma'am. Oh, Miss Ma'am. You are ridiculous. She still loves her emotional support Tupperware toy. I don't know why she decided that was a toy. But she has. She loves it. I don't get it, but she loves it. You're the most silly goose. Goose, 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 moose on the loose. Goose, 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 moose on the loose. I would love to see the world through her eyes. Like, it just seems to be like a marvel to her. It's incredible. Do you not want to be on camera for a moment? Is that why you pulled that over? You gotta hide and fix your makeup? What was that, huh? Where you going? Where you going? You scratch on the wheel? That makes no sense. You're kind of not making any sense here, honey. I don't understand. Oh, bless you. Oh, Mama Bear. What about that is so interesting to you? What are you doing? Why are you pulling yourself under there? You're really choosing tonight to be the most unhinged you've ever been in your life, huh? Oh, are you stealing the rag? Are you stealing it? You on cleanup duty? You knock your toys under there, we'll just do this, and then you grab them. How's that sound? Oh, you're going all the way under, huh? Can you get out from there? I would think so, because you got in. Now we can see your belly. Quit showing off your boobies. Oh, mouse toy was under there. Okay, that was a high priority item. And now it's backfired. Oh. Mouse toy. Is that what you were going for? You love mouse toy. You're gonna throw him again. Is this your new game? Like a toddler throwing food off of their high chair? Hey there, mouse. Hey there, mouse. Ah. He's gonna bite you in the butt. You're gonna eat your toes. Oh, scary. Okay, sorry. Too much. Too much. Stop it. Let me see. Oh, he's a good girl. There you go. She just gets into her head a little bit. Oh, you're in your binky. Little cozy, unhinged beast. You are something else, Floyd. You are so cute. I love just watching her be happy and like just carefree. You don't have to worry about the boys outside anymore. You don't have to worry about the animals outside anymore. You don't have to worry about taking care of babies anymore. You just get to be a cat. It's a beautiful thing. It's a very beautiful thing. Alright, you get that mouse. You fuck him up. Hop in with little Miss PB and get her all her goodies. Your calm ambient light back. Your calm ambient. Miss Baby PB. Miss PB Peterson. Can you grab your wet food, darling? Hi. That's a big motor. That's a big motor. Oh my goodness, Mama. That's a big motor. Need 2 seconds. Need 2 seconds. You grab your wet food. You're so cute. There's a tiny and fluffy. Hello, miss. Hello, miss. You got your munchies. Munchies. Oh, I know. Eep, eep. Eep, eep. She has like a little eep, eep. She can do a big girl meow. She does a big girl meow when she goes to the vet. She sounds like a real grown cat when she does it. Whee! And they're off at the races. Otherwise, she just does a little beep beep. Saves her big voice for when it matters. Oh, PB. She's so cute. She's so cute and little. So cute and little. She's being so snuggly earlier. Yesterday, I had her in my bathrobe and I was carrying her around everywhere. I miss you. How you doing, darling? How you doing? Listen to this purr. She's the biggest rumble. The biggest rumble. A rumbly rumble it is. A rumbly rumble it is. Hello, Tiny Bean. And get some of your yummies. Thanks. We can do that. And we got some new goodies too. Oh! Oh my goodness! You like climbed on my foot as I took a step. That was startling. My golly. My golly. Alright, Tiny Bean. You got you a little Valentine's Day pack here. See if you love the springs as much as Stripes and Nibbler and Void did. And Miss Daisy too. What is this? Is it catnip? Oh god, it is. Can she have catnip? Is she old enough? It's like a candle. I think that's more birthday themed than like Valentine's themed. I think it's supposed to be Valentine's themed. What do you think? Are you too young for catnip? Oh, it smells really interesting though. Oop. And you got a mousy. A mousy mousy. Oh, we're only interested in candle toy right now. Okay. You focus in on that. I tidy up your stuff. How's that sound, sis? PB, no free butts. Oh, you discovered mouse? Should probably cut the tags off of these. About mouse. She picked up mouse toy. You're gonna pick her up again? You're gonna walk around with it? Oh my god. It's your prey. Here, pick it up again. That was hilarious. No, you're such a cat. Of course you don't want to now. Round and around and around she goes. When she'll pick up mouse toy, nobody knows. Aww. You're so tiny but so mighty. So tiny but so mighty. Clean up, clean up. Everybody, everywhere. Just kidding, just cinnamon. We gotta keep everything tidy for you, little beanie boo. Uh-oh, did you lose mouse toy already? Didn't your mother teach you to treat your toys with importance and respect? See, no, I was born outside. I don't know what toys are. Never seen a toy in my life. Until now. Okay, fair point. You are not wrong. Did you lose it? Well, there is more, but have fun with what we have first. And spring is over here too. Rosie. Oop. You fill up your food and your water, girlfriend. I think I have a slightly better system set up for her, but it's so confusing because I'm used to the old system for the last litter we fostered. Again, I think this one is better. But I'm still getting used to it. We're on like what, day 2 in here, Kitty? When did I smooch you? On Tuesday? Yeah, I think on Tuesday morning I moved your stuff around. I think. There you go. All your stuff filled up, baby girl. Hey, Pubes, you're in charge for a moment. Put your brush over here. You're in charge. Oh, that's gonna fall. Cripes almighty. I'm so bummed the other tripod broke. Goodness golly gosh. We're gonna open those in a sec. You gotta take meds. And be right back, girlfriend. You're greedy. For a street kitty, you're awfully greedy. There you go. Oh, baby, you could have been beefy. Baby peanut. Hello, Floof. Hello, Floof. Boop, boop. You're so squirrely. She wants it all. She does. She's spoiled. She went from street to spoiled in 0.2 seconds. Where are the tiny scissors? There they are. Welcome, welcome, and happy purse. That looks threatening. Welcome, welcome. Snip, snip. Welcome, welcome, and happy PURRSDAY, the Mad Toker. Hope the week has been kind to you. I just hate tags. I hate them on my clothes. I hate them on their toys. Ew, you got Mouse Toy all slobbery. He's all wet. Was she picking him up and carrying him around? This is the first thing she did when she saw him. Or her. She has a pink tail. There you go, Booples. I'm sure there's going to be more tags, but let's set these up here. She wants it all. She wants it now. Little PvP person. You're so tiny. And yet, like, barely you and Paw Cam. You're so little. You're so little. You got a beautiful butterfly. Look at the butterfly. He is 100% polyester. That's his name. Don't wash. Wipe clean only. Okay. The only time the toys get washed is when they accidentally go in the blankets. You hang string on that. And then they accidentally make it into the washing machine. Otherwise, I just spray them down periodically with the, what's it called? The rescue cleaner that I have that dissolves into, it's cozy in here. Dissolves into saline solution. I actually never read the back of this, and it's quite incredible. I highly recommend this cleaner for anyone who has fur babies. The rescue cleaner, I never even looked at the back, but I marveled by this. There's the instructions, and where was it? So it's claims it's removes all virucidal things in 1 minute, bactericidal in 1 minute, fungicidal 30 seconds, tuberculical, I'm not even gonna try and finish saying that, in 1 minute, and then non-food contact sanitizer 10 seconds. It gets like everything, even people stuff, salmonella, feline herpes virus, feline leukemia, if we ever ran into that. See, I actually don't know. Canine distemper in there. That's parvo. Would they have staph infection? Oh no, that's the people. Staph infection, MRSA. Feline calcivirus. Oh, it even kills FIP. Dang, and Panluke stuff. I didn't even fully read it when I read it the other day, but I was amazed. I didn't realize. I just knew it was good. I didn't realize there was like a timeline to it. The Shittens will no longer be knocking this over until she gets big enough. Where'd you just go? She just ran away to be knocking it over. So we get to have the painting back up instead of having it in the hallway. Yay. So it's just been sitting in the hallway for like weeks. What are you doing, Peepers? I got the beautiful butterfly. We're the funniest little honey bunny. Funny honey bunny. Funny honey bunny. Thursday is definitely welcome. It's your Friday. Oh, happy Friday. Where in the world did you get those mini scissors? Oh, they're from my sewing. Oops. They're from my sewing kit. They're meant for like just trimming little threads. But they're the like only tiny pair of super sanitary scissors that I had when the last litter was born. I grabbed those. My hair is different. We're starting the blondening. It's a very slow process. We're gonna be a redhead for about a month. But we are starting the blondening. I'm a little upset. There was a really good leave-in conditioner that was supposed to be here today, and it will be here tomorrow instead. So my hair is like oiled to the brim. It looks greasy. Trying to just keep it moist. Is it quandary? I don't know what it is. That's a good question. I just know that I saw it at my vet's office and I was like, I should buy this. What's in it? Active ingredient is hydrogen peroxide. This is confusing. I don't actually know what it is. Maybe? Is ammonia a derivative of hydrogen peroxide? Well, that just went to the most inconvenient falling place. Active ingredient, 0.5% hydrogen peroxide. Other ingredients, 99.5%. What are the other ingredients? There's a notation of means something, but where's the notation? Is it all the way at the end? It's accelerated hydrogen peroxide, I guess. All I know is it dries out my hands horribly, but it works amazingly. It is top tier. It is top tier. Now, where did this fall to? Oh, right there. I thought that was going to be way worse and further away. Little peeps. Tiny bean. Tiny bean. Unless there's a derivative of hydrogen peroxide that is ammonia, I don't think so. I wouldn't have guessed that its main ingredient is hydrogen peroxide, though. That's a very good question. I actually do like how it looks, but I don't like how it feels. I want it to feel a little bit more moist. I'm used to drenching it in conditioner, and I did it a bit spontaneously. I've been planning for it, but like execution, I don't know. But I decided if there's any time to have a really good breakdown, like just absolutely mentally lose it and completely change my hair color, it's probably the time to start now. It's appropriate. It's justifiable. So if it turns out really, really bad ever, I can just be like, oh, well, I'm going crazy right now, so it's not my fault. But I am happy with how it turned out. It has a lot of tones to it, which for now looks nice. Like, it looks like I did highlights and lowlights and blah, 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 and really all I did was throw bleach on my head. But as I go blonder, it'll be more annoying to color correct, like the darker versus lighter spots. Like over here, there's a lot more dark toned out. That's the part that I bleached last, and it didn't stay on long enough. I kind of goofed up over there, but it looks fine. It's okay. Over here is more consistently red, but it colored well. I'm happy with it for now. It's really hard to fight the urge of like high school Serena that would go platinum blonde in one night though and absolutely fry her hair. I can't touch my hair with any more color for a month. A month. And that's okay. I'll be able to tone it a little bit, and then next time I'll color correct it when I bleach it, and then it'll look kind of scarecrowy, and then in another month it'll be ready to be super blonde. Either it'll look good by the time conventions come around, and it'll be done by then, or I'll just wear wigs the whole time. Because I thought about that right after I poured bleach all over my head. I was like, wait, you have conventions in 2 months. This is a 3-month process. So, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, overlapping mental breakdown criteria. It's allowable at this time. And honestly, I need something that I can control. Like, I can't cope with things that I can't control, and there's so much that I can't control in life right now. There always is, but especially at the moment. And my hair, I can control. What do you think? It's a jingle ball. It's a dingle ball. Gunther got some new cookies yesterday, too, because, you know, the boys need more cookies. They have no cookies. They're starving, right? They have so many cookies, and I bought them more cookies. This is a weird one. There's a little floofle inside. It reminds me of, like, the 25 and 50-cent machines that you would get a little prize out of at, like, the grocery store or in, like, an arcade. Where are you going with this? You are so goofy. You ran into a bag blockade. That one has catnip in it. I don't know if that was a good idea or not. How you gonna get it? You put it under the bag? Oh, you freed it. You freed the toy. I'm so proud of you. Now it's under the furniture. Okay. I'm so used to the other babies being so zoomy, and she is a little zoomy. But she's so silly. She's so slow and intentional about what she does. Zoom, zoom. I knew you were going to fly out of there. The zoo cats laugh at the idea of being controlled. Yeah, there's no controlling them. They are unhinged, and we love that for them. You can't eat the feather. Don't eat the feather. You can play with it, but you can't eat it. What's this? You won a prize. Oh, that was loud. It's like you have your own little toy hamster. Bye, toy hamster. All we have left is the spring. She hasn't met the spring yet. I sent all of these home with Stripes and Nibbler and Daisy because they love them so much. I have a voicemail on my phone from my dad because I missed his call back earlier of a Daisy update I can play when we get back to the main base. The control station. Get to get it. So I got these little legs. How much do you assume that I will zoom? Do not assume the zoom. What about your butterfly? Here, let's take the tag off of him. Little tiny beast. Then I won't leave the scissors on the ground and forget about them. We don't want to do that. I couldn't help myself. They had the cutest little valentines. Like, how do you say no to this? Little gift pack. Doot, doot, doot. And if we went to PetSmart, this alone would probably be like $3. And we got a whole pack of toys for... I did the $6 one. I thought I did the $4 one. $4 one had a cool toy that looked like a Tootsie Roll, sort of. I thought she would have liked that, but then I got lulled in by the butterfly. The butterfly looked snifty. We gotta do some eye drops in a minute, baby. Baby. He's a foofy. He's a foofy. Are you not gonna eat any of your wet food? She's like so hit or miss with the wet food. The pumpkin went bad though, and she is pooping solid again. Finally. I shouldn't say again. I've never seen you poop solid, PB. So I think we should be good on that. You got some probiotics in there. That is pretty cheap. I was grateful for that. My vet's office always has little themed gifty baskets. But then on the flip side, they have like a what is it? A basket of churros. And they're like $1.50 each. So like my vet is very funny and mindful, or I guess his wife, because she does all of like the shop style things, in the sense of like, you know, smart owners will buy this. Dumb frou-frou la got money to spend owners will buy this. They have the bougie pile and the Serena pile. Oh, I try. I try. They deserve it. You gonna bring it back over here? Go rescue Mousy. I think that's Mousy. Don't eat the feather. Peeps, don't eat the feather. Don't eat the feather. I mean, like, we have this big, long life on this earth, and they have just this, you have your little candle. This tiny little existence. It's our responsibility to make it good for them. To make it the best it ever could be. I don't want you to eat the feather. Come here. Why am I committed to not, like, taking a step forward? What was that? Your mom is lazy tonight. She's lazy. When I die, I want to come back as one of your cats, the Mad Topher. You give them the best life. They are so lucky. They are so lucky. You really like that one. But where did the mousey go? You really liked that one too. Did the mousey get under the this? How do we lose toys within 2 seconds of getting them? Your rolly ball is under there. Did mousey go in the corner? Oh, this one went in the corner. How did you lose mouse toy already? You're talented. Is it under? Well, you're under there. There's mouse toy. Haha. Of course, you put this one all the way over here. Okay. Nope. Mousy! I want you to carry it around your mouth again. That was really cute. That was really cute. Yeah, get it. Get it. It's just silly. Bath break. Bath break. I know it's just because there's one of her because she's so like squat and little, but this room feels much bigger with her in it versus when the 3, well, I guess 4 were in here. I don't think I need this up in front of the dresser, but I wasn't gonna let my effort go to waste for at least a couple days. Also good to know where you are, little one. 'Cause you're so little. It's so nerve-wracking having her in here alone because I could trust, Void to watch her children when I wasn't present before. But now with her, I'm the mama cat. It's all on me. It's all on me. Ew, look how wet that is. That's gross. You're murdering this thing. Okay, we can't play with the feather side anymore. No, the feather is illegal. I still don't know if you're allowed to have catnip, but this is definitely a catnip toy. Do. Boop. You just hit it and poked you in the eye. What about butterfly? I bet you would murder so many butterflies outside. You would make the world a safer place for people like me. Spring? Need to figure out what these are called. I need to buy these in bulk. I need. Boop. Look at her. She's such a little hoarder. Oh, that's an awesome setup. They have an Instagram? I think I followed either their Instagram or Twitter. It's like the Blind Cat House Sanctuary or something like that. I think. That is a really amazing setup, though. I don't know if I would do. I like the idea of that. I don't know if I would do something like that exactly, but definitely like for the sense of like FIV positive cats like Tank that are a little bit, more in your face than the average cat versus like a cat like Voya or like Zeke could probably be general population with zero issue. But I would like to also be compassionate towards FELV positive cats, and that's a lot more easily spread. And that would be very beneficial to have like not an isolation area, but a duplicate but separate setup for them. Or special needs too. Oh my goodness. I mean, ideally, I would love to have like the perfect setup would be Oh god, I know the perfect setup because I wanted it so bad when it was available. But alternatively, I think the perfect setup would be like 4 quadrants. Like younger cats, cats that are healthy and able to be adopted, like mixed population of socializable or sociable FIV or other special issues, and just normal biscuits. And then a separate like kind of senior center because they're not going to fuck with or want to fuck with the crazy tiny babies. You're so ridiculous. And then a separate like medical ward of sorts that can be more isolated and with really good HEPA filters and whatnot. And then like 2 more sectors of existence that would be for like neonatal and special needs dogs, and then I guess 3 dog sectors, senior center, and then general age adoptable. PP. It's way bigger of a setup than would have at the Franch, but there'd be space for it, but it would occupy a lot of land. But that would be probably the ideal. At one point, there was a big thing about, like, out in the suburbs, the old Joliet prison, so the old limestone prison, and it was for free available, if I remember this correctly. This was like 10 years ago. It went up for sale, and it was like $9 million to the public. Like, literally, like, its sale price was like $9 million, which for all of the land that it is, all of the prison space, that's cheap. It was dirt fucking cheap, even though it was $9 million. Or the state could buy it for free. I think either the state or the city, one of the two. The city ended up buying it, and now they like restored it a bit historically, and there's like a haunted house thing that goes along with it. It's one of my buddy's favorite places to go see little haunty things at. Bye, PB. But I wanted that so bad when it went up for sale. Can you imagine? Like, that would be the best setup. There's already kennels, like jail cells. Ow, I have a clip in my hair that hurt. There's already kennels, so there's already cells. Or there's already cells, so there's already kennels. There's already, like, concrete and hard floors. It's a naturally sectioned space because it's meant to section people. It would have been the best. I wish so badly I'm sure there would have been a way to like achieve a grant, put down some kind of down payment, figure something out financially with it. But instead I just got in my head that it was $9 million and that was not gonna happen. But I'm sure there would have been a way to something. I would have been paying it off for the rest of my life and it would have been a money pit, but I'm sure there's something I could have done with that. I regret that. That would have been the best setup ever. So I'm waiting for another prison to go up for sale. I mean, I would like them for me too, but for the cats. They look like Chinese finger traps. My dad argued with me that it was, but it's not. It's a cat toy because they come long, like a tube like this, and then they can either play with them like the tube or you push in the ends and then it's wherever it went. The thin to longer cylindrical shape, but I don't know how for the life of me to pop it back out. Oh, there we go. It comes like that. It's a kazoo. Welcome, Bad Panda. Hope you're having a good night tonight. They have YouTube and their own website. Then I'm following some blind cat rescue on socials. Either Twitter or Instagram. You know what I've noticed is that my Twitter, what is it? Feed, layout, doom scroll space, whatever it is starting to come up with all of the cats and cat accounts and rescues that I follow on Instagram. I don't know if somehow the algorithm is crossing over or if I just post a bunch of fucking cats, so it's like, oh, show her cats now. But I'll go on Instagram and I'll see the cat and I'll see the cats doing things, a rescue or whatever. And then I'll open Twitter and I'll see the same cat doing the same thing. And then sometimes it's from an account where it's definitely stolen content and they have like this false donation thing set up and it's a scam account and then I report it. But I don't understand why they're they're all coming to the same place. And it's confusing. I'm like, I just saw this cat. A second, a third, and a fourth building would be incredibly helpful. All of the buildings. Yeah, let's go like not even 7. Let's round up to 10. 5 for cats, 5 for dogs. Maybe 4 for cats and 6 for dogs, because dogs are bigger. Peebs, you can't play with your little eye droppies. We are beginning the blondening, Panda. We're getting there. Sounds like it was still during the GFC real estate crash. Oh, when was it? It was when I started camming in 2014, and then I took it seriously, like actually went balls to the wall, not just like, oh, I'll show up whatever. In 2016, and I think about 2017 is when it was up for sale. I wanted it so bad. A prison setup would be like the best setup for a pre-made structure to become a rescue, though. Because there's cells, you have pre-built kennels, everything is sectioned, split, secured, concrete floors, like it's incredibly cleanable. And then you could have like, at that point I wanted to focus on like pit bull rescue. So my idea was like, you got Capone in this cell, and you got the Unabomber in the next one, and it would be almost like a tourist point where kind of like how Villalobos is set up. Like people will volunteer just to be on the show. I don't know if the show is still running or not, but Chauncey and I watch it sometimes. Like people will volunteer just for the chance to be on the show. I feel like people would volunteer or want to adopt just for the chance to say, I adopted Al Capone from the old Joliet prison. They do look like Chinese finger cups, but they're not. They just look like it. I don't know how to search for this though. They keep coming in a random toy pack that I kept replacing for the kittens because they were pooping on their other toys. I'm entertained by them, but they are too. But I can sit and do this for quite a while. For someone who never got into fidget spinners, I feel like I really would have gotten into fidget spinners if I would have let myself. If it's the Blind Cat House, then I follow them on at least Instagram, if not Twitter too. Meowcatraz. That's a cute one. I like that. It's just like an amazing pre-built setup. Like so many structures have to be altered and changed to fit the need of the person buying it. It's a pre-made structure. It's perfect. I mean, does it kind of have like boop boop? Whoa, you finally did it! I've been trying to get her to jump up there for like since she came in here. She's so strong and brave and tall. Aw, go Peebee. Go Peebee. It's not your birthday, but go Peebee. That's awesome of her. I mean, it of course have the negative connotation of like, I'm sure people raise a stink about everything because they just don't like their lives. I'm sure someone would raise a stink somewhere of like, oh, it's cruel, you're keeping those animals in a prison. But realistically, it's the most easily sanitizable and easily modifiable kind of structure to turn into a rescue. I feel like there are so many things that, well, now my mind is going into every direction. First and foremost, there are so many setups that could be better utilized, i.e., old prisons being turned into rescues. And I really, really, really wish it was some kind of more prominent among the states or like federal mandate to have the prison dog and cat programs. I think those are absolutely wonderful, to where inmates take care of the shelter animals, so therefore, or I shouldn't even say shelter animals, generally it's through animal control. So the more prison pet projects exist, the less animals get euthanized in their municipality shelters or animal control, because then they have the space and they don't have to knock everyone down on the, okay, you've been here the longest, we got to take in another one kind of list situation. It's a beautiful thing, and I wish there was more of that. But then secondarily, I mean, we can even go into the whole human welfare extension of it, to where there's so many abandoned houses, there's so many abandoned structures, there's so many abandoned properties, especially post-COVID now. It's bonkers how much hasn't been reclaimed and has just gone into an abandoned adventure, to where people could be more effectively housed that way. Like, animal welfare and human welfare will always go hand in hand. Always, always. Ah, it is them! I do like their posts. The Blind Cat Rescue. I definitely follow them on Instagram. I think either I follow them on Twitter or just their posts come up. I like their posts. They make me happy. Make me happy. I think that's the best part of it, is like it's an incentivized program, to where it's not just you're throwing this cat or dog in a cell with a random person. Like, you've proved your merit, and you know, you've done all the things to show that you're going to be an adequate and capable pet owner. And it brings, like, in the little documentaries and snippets and pieces of media I've seen, it brings like a camaraderie together, where, you know, people that are incarcerated are no longer fighting or arguing about frustrating or serious things. It's more in a joking way of, uh, like, you know, my dog is cooler than your dog, or my dog can do more tricks than your dog, or my cat is nice to everyone and your cat is an asshole, kind of thing. Like, pets are truly the greatest form of stress relief. Mm. It is true, that does happen. I don't know how often, but I know that it happens. The world is cruel, and if your only other option is homelessness, then you're going to do everything possible to stay in prison, because then there's at least a roof over your head and you get square meals. And I think the saddest thing is when someone has been incarcerated most of their lives, like from being a teenager or young adult to the point of, you're so tall, PB. Don't climb the curtains. They're not even curtains, it's just a bed sheet. But you know, the window's cold. What are you doing? But by the time they get out in like their mid 40s, 50s, like halfway through their life, they have no sense of the outside world, and it's like uncomfortable and scary, and then therefore you have another repeat offender. You're in the curtains. Now we're zooming. Now we're zooming. Now we're zooming. Now we're zooming. So essentially, cyanogens is just camping in difficult mode. Just camping on hard mode. I wish so many things were better in the world. But if we can start just, you know, one at a time, and she's back up there. To the next one, to the next one, to the next one. By then we'll have all of the magic made. Got a touch of the Irish about you. I know. We're gonna be red for about the next month. The blondening has begun. It has begun. It has begun. Alright, you gotta get out of the window. Phoebe, you have an announcement to make. Come here. Don't paw at me. It's just giving me a snack. She's like, no, I'm playing in the window. Say, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Mom was doing some thinkings on the Stream the Dreams project, and I think this week will extend through next week as well, because this week has been extended to now-ish. Or is just starting now, basically. I don't even remember like the beginning of this week. I've been so tired. But new Stream the Dreams project goal is 13 subs covers 1 TNR. At least for this and the next month, I think they're 65. Otherwise, they're 85, and then we'll alternate the goal from there. But our new weekly goal is 13 subs so that we can do as many TNRs as we possibly can. I think that's the structure I want to focus on for now. You playing with your eye drops? Those are not a toy. They're not a toy. I'll show a little bit of the whiteboard when we get into the stream room again, but I have everything set up on there. I even put a little menu for us. I did like that idea. It's very cute. I don't know if I like how I have everything boxed out, but I think it's turned out nicely. I think so. I think so. But our first mission is Bear. I gotta get Bear denutted. And Bear has a girlfriend at my neighbor's house because Bear also eats at a neighbor of mine's house. It's not really a neighbor. It's like 2 streets and 1 block over. My neighborhood neighbor. There we go. And he has a little girlfriend over there that we got a TNR next too. I ordered trap. I only ordered 1 trap this time. I was gonna do 2, but that was a bit much altogether. I got anxious seeing over $200 in my cart. But I did get a trap and a trap divider. So it'll be all set up with the True Catch one. That'll work perfectly. I think once I get super confident with that one, I'll be able to more confidently rig the crappy ones that I have so that they're functional as well. That's my theory on that. I did color my hair. We're starting the blondening process. So I'm going to be a redhead for about a month. And then I'll be, I don't know, strawberry blondish. And then we'll be working towards platinum. Because why not? It's just hair. If I hate it and it turns out crappy, I can just dye it back. I like it too. I think it turned out really well for being a bit impulsive about it. Like, I've been planning to do it, but I didn't plan to do it yet. And then the other night I was like, you know what? I need to bleach my head right now. And so I did. I did. I haven't bleached my hair in so long. I forgot how bad all the chemicals smell. It was horrible. And there's no fan in my bathroom, so I had to keep walking out and taking breaks. Because it's so stinky. It's so chemically smelly. Little peeps. And the tiniest little bean. It's kind of wild and wavy tonight. Because it's just chilling. I meant to deep condition it today, but my deep conditioner didn't arrive. It'll be here tomorrow, supposedly, says Amazon. Which bothers me. I like dousing my head in conditioner after bleaching it. Hey, baby girl. I think it'll be a smooth process getting to blonde, though. My hair, when it was less healthy and I would bleach the crap out of it, I would still have bleach left over in the bottle when I was done, and this time I almost ran out of it. So I think it'll stay much healthier because there's more hair on my head. It's thicker and healthier. Oh God, the perm smell is terrible. My grandma used to get her hair permed, and it smells like sour. It's a really bad smell. I don't like the smell of perms. I don't know if that's changed over the years, but when she would get her hair permed, it would smell like sour and chemically, and it was just ugh. Bleach is like at least the hair bleach I use, which I'm sure they would all kind of smell like that. I don't know. It just smells like really strong, like ammonia. It's just a thick smell. I don't think it's actually really super smelly. It's just a very pungent attack of chemicals when you're doing it right next to your head. Right next to your nosy. But I mean, I can't take my nose off and move it out of the way. Like, go your nose. To do it, so it is what it is. Yeah, it does have like a really concentrated pool smell. It's not pleasant. That's probably a better way of describing it. It's a bit overwhelming, but it's not as gross as perm smell, thankfully. You eat some of your wet food? Are you gonna get mousy? Ready to take a break for the night? Thirsties. Thirsties. You could have some free time for a biddy. When I'm sleeping, I'm still putting her in the tent, but otherwise she's running around the room free. And she's doing really good with it. I trust her for it, and I think it would be fine for her to be out all the time, but until she's been in here a few more days and I can see all of her quirks about it, I don't want to just leave her be while I'm sleeping. Because Void was babysitting the other litter. She was taking care of her children when I wasn't in here. I'm the only mama now. I'm the only mama. What do we do about that? What do we do about that, peeps? She has a little Nightmare Before Christmas bed in there now. She stretched on it the other night. She almost laid on it. Then she changed her mind. Where are you going? Oh, up, 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 and away. Why? Why are you guys so fascinated with this? PB Peterson. So sneaky. She says, you can't see me. I am the chaos. Do you think you're hidden? It's her first time getting up there today. I've been trying to encourage her to jump on the couch. And now she's like, oh my god, forget the couch. I'm in the window. She plays peekaboo, and I think that's why she likes it so much. It is kind of like a little blanket fort. Peekaboo! I miss playing peekaboo with Baby Monster. How did I get this to set? There. Peekaboo! Peekaboo! Where is you? Peekaboo! 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 Peek! Boo! She's purring so loud in there. Peekaboo! Peek! Peek! Oh. You just ate shit into your food bowl. Oh my goodness. Shake it off. Yeah, we're good. And to back up or to back under? I don't know where you're going. I don't know what you're doing with your life. We're having some Little Mermaid under the sea time. Under the couch. It's like a tree fort. Her world did just get so much bigger. It's crazy. It's crazy. Beebs! Oh, you're under there. I thought you were over here. Okay. She's so sneaky and sly. Hi. Yeah, come here. Come here. You're really cute. I love you. She purrs so big. And couch. A whole new world. Yeah, da 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 da. She fast as fuck, boy. She's a little zoomy bean. Alright, which toys are you allowed to have without supervision? Not these two. I think the butterfly is okay. You definitely chewed a feather off of there, girlfriend. Mom's toy has string tail, so we gotta pick that one up. Feathers. And then, does Butterfly have anything on him? It's like stuff's questionable. I don't think so. These are really well adhered. I don't feel like she can chew off the ends. I think Butterfly toy is okay. Get me a beautiful butterfly. A beautiful butterfly. It's actually low-key really cute. Peeps, I'd like to see you before I give you free time. Peebee! Found her. Let me make sure there's nothing you can hurt yourself with in the curtains. Like one of the parts of the sheet is tied up. I don't want her to get stuck in that. No, it's high enough up. Okay. You're good. You're good. Oh, hello. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Don't hit your head on the window, lady. You gonna have fun with that? Is that your new joy in life? She's probably fascinated by the draft, like outside smells. She hasn't smelled outside smells since she had an outside kitty. Peebs, I forgot to do your eye drops. Can we do those, please? Now that you're all zazzed up and wild. Hi. Hello. Hello. Okay. Hold on. 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 I know this is your favorite thing ever. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. You survived. It was traumatic. It was traumatic. You survived. You survived. The baby survived. It was traumatic. I know. I'm sorry. I know. You had to leave your special window. You had to get eye drops in your eyes. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was the end of the world. It was the end of the world. It was the end of the world. But you survived. Oh, now you're so cozy. So you can never leave me, Mom. You have to stay forever. I would love to. No, that's eye drops. That's not a toy. You gonna do a big leap? You a big little girl? Big little girl. She looks so front heavy. Like front heavy TV. Oh, you gonna eat your wet food? You good baby. I almost feel like she's gonna flump flump. But no, she doesn't. Anything is plaything if you're courageous enough. We'll just blame autocorrect. I hate when autocorrect fucks up my yours and theirs and theirs. Like it thinks I mean one thing, and no, bitch, I meant what I typed. I meant what I said when I said it. Alright, those two you gotta take a break on. Are you feeling very lovey now? I'm feeling very lovey. Oh no, be gentle with yourself. Forgiveness. How can you be furious with this? The cure for any furiousness. To ever fury. Little beans. Look at those little beans. Little beans. Little beans. Little beans. I don't know why she's tolerating this. She must be tired. There's no fury like a kitten scorned. She's about to show us. Hey, let me out of here. I'm not snuggling right now. Want to zoom? Want to zoom? Zoom, zoom. GG's. GG's. Sort of string dangling on your leg around her. No, she takes her drawstrings very, very seriously. Very seriously. She was trying to walk away with this one earlier. Oh. Are you hungry, girl? You're not gonna go for the string right now? She's thirsty. Okay, well. There was a concept of effort. Oh no, now she sees the hoodie. Da-da, da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. She's a little shark. She's a little shark. Boop. Ow, I need to do your nails. That was a sharp little jump. You got your little baby claws. Got your little baby claws going out. What are you doing to my screen, girlfriend? You just zoomed us in like times a million. Boop. She hasn't climbed me yet, which I find surprising. I really don't know how to assess her energy. Or really like her demeanor. Because Stripes and Nibbler and Daisy were all super climby, but they also knew me from birth. So maybe she's just not comfortable with me yet, or maybe it's a street cat thing. I don't know. I was warned. Although I have less between my legs to worry about than you guys. There's not a secondary string of sorts to do damage to. The play has been re-engaged. This one she loves the most. Are you a little snake hunter? Are you a little snake hunter? I bet she would love a toy rubber snake next time we go to the Dollar Tree. Someone remind me. They almost always have them. Had them there my entire life. If they ever stop, then we know the world has either glitched or ended. Baby babe. I love you. She's gonna launch. She knows what she's going for. She has a mission. She has a purpose. And she is a kitten, so she naturally has ADHD. Are you doing the stalk? Oh, maybe she's stalking me. Is she doing a reset? That was a very passive stalk. That was very lazy. I'm here for it. That was very cute. Aw, yes, I love you. She's also like Tank in that way. She enjoys getting love while she's playing. I don't quite understand that. That's very weird of Tank. It's very, very different of her. Tank was being so lovey earlier, he claimed my lap for like a good half hour. He held me hostage. We snuggled really big. I brought the heated blanket down there, and I love you, Peewee. We're gonna get some free time, girlfriend. Some free time? Some free time? Up and up and up. I had the heated blanket down there because my feet were so cold today, and I wanted to lay down with him. So we were missing some Tank time. And I wanted to keep my toes toasty because they just would not warm up today. And Tank took over the heated blanket. He just took it over completely. He said, "This is mine. This is for me. You got 2% of this to lay on." I was like, "Alrighty then." Hey, Void. One more little smoochy love. And then we play some games. Yes. It's a sweet girl. You are a little sneezy. I don't know. Whether you have a cold or not, let's make you an appointment where we bring Tank in tomorrow. Hopefully you won't have to be a sleepy girl for it this time and I can just hold you. That would be nice. That would be very nice indeed. I think I'm gonna grab my coffee and heat it up too. Oh my god. You put a cold one on the feet of her bed one night? Oh my god, that's terrible. That's mean. I mean, I get it. That's a very brother thing to do, but that's not nice. That's not nice at all. Oh, well, we can, I guess, be a bit zoomy. The board is together. Guess what? It's February of 2026. We're at 1 out of 13 for TNR. I need to put the Dreams toggle over on Twitch too. And we have today's menu, Void Visit, PB Time, some Doomsday Game Time, and Low and Slow DJ Hour, which is actually story time. It is an incognito thing. There are gifs, gifts, kicks, and bits. Just combine all 3 words into one, gicks, right? Twitch subboard and a kick subboard. I think it works out decently. I think so. I was very efficient last night. Hi, Voya. Voya helped. He was my big helper boy. Yes, you were. You're my big helper boy. But I think for February and March, TNRs are 65. So that will cover, I want to get Bear done, Bear's girlfriend, and everyone in the neighborhood possible before I'm out at the French. I'd like to be at the French by May. Conventions will be chaotic, but post-convention time, I want to be at the French. That is the goal. There's still a convention in May, I think. But what's in May? ASIN? It's in my calendar. And it's very low key. And by then I'll have all of my cosplays organized, yeah. Probably only do a day or 2 of that one, not all 3 days. Maybe just like a Friday and a Sunday. Flip us over here. What wasn't nice was her finding it, shrieking and waking the whole house up a few hours after everyone went to bed. So not nice of her. I mean, I would have screamed bloody murder. It was one of my dad's least favorite things that I would do is find a spider, like a real live spider, in the middle of the night and absolutely scream like a bitch. Good God. That was really good times. Actually, there was one time when Munster was a baby. Flip on. Plot twist, I unmuted the music instead of my microphone. Thank you. Wah, 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 wah. Munster was probably about the same age as PB now, and he had somehow, because my dad's basement is like finished mostly. I was living down there at that point in time, and it was popcorn drop ceiling like everywhere but in, I think, his workout room and wood shop and my bedroom. So anywhere that like wasn't frequented by company. And Munster somehow got up on one of my tall dressers and jumped onto the heat duct that was in the ceiling and then fell out of it, made the most horrifying screech. And thinking back, I did not know to take him to emergency or do anything more than get him checked out at the vet next day, etc. But I probably should have taken him to emergency. But I was just a baby raising a baby. I didn't know any better. I was just a little youngin'. But I screamed like a bitch for that, and my dad came downstairs so mad. He's like, Where's the fucking spider, you fucking drama queen, and a whole bunch of other words. And it was like, I was crying my eyes out. Like, monster fell out of the ceiling. It was traumatic. Spiders are not fun. I think I'd much rather actually run into snakes than spiders. Snakes I have like a little bit of compassion for. Spiders, unfortunately, just do not draw the most compassionate side out of me. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. The one time one did, it was a... What kind of spider was it? I want to say it was a black widow spider, but I don't know for sure until I see a picture of it. All I know is there was an outdoor spider inside at my niece and nephew's house, and I was like, oh, you're an outdoor spider. I feel bad for you. You're not supposed to be inside. And so I saved its life, but like it could have bitten me. It was not a good spider. It was a bad spider. It was the one with the red on its back. This is maddening. Why did my Google go away? I only have Yahoo search option now. I have to search Google on Yahoo. Yeah, that one. I don't want to look at it too long because it gives me the jeebies. But I saved it from the curtains over the couch and got it into a cup and released it outside. And only then thought about looking at what it was. And I don't think I can be trusted to be a spider advocate. There are other people in the world for that. Cats, dogs, yes. Spiders? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not meant to be a spider advocate. I'm sure that was extremely pleasant for the middle of the night screams, though. I never experienced it. My niece is a heavy sleeper. She would knock out like that, so none of that really occurred. But I was the middle of the night emergency screamer. Good with spiders as long as they're outside. Me too, for the most part. Until like one of the brown wolfy ones starts walking towards the back door while I'm on the back porch, and then shoot first and ask questions later. Sploot, sploot, my friend. I feel so bad about that, but we're not playing the come in the house game. Sorry. We're just not. It's not happening. Anywhere else, you're fine. But you're not walking in on my turf, friend. No to the spider rescue. Yeah, we're not taking in any of the... Oh, it's the cute little spider's name. I can't think of his name right now. It's not Lenny. It's not Lewis. Is it? He have his own little TV show now. I don't think his name is Lewis. Lucas! Close. I think he can take over the advocacy for where I don't. I find him so disturbing. It's the eyes. The eyes are so big, I can't do it. It's disturbing. T-Biscuit Rescue dashed before it got started. It's out of here. Not doing that. I can't do that. I would love to love all the creatures. PB's adopter actually has cats, dogs, and exotics. So she has, I think, at least like 10 tarantulas, and then at least 10 to 15 various lizards and fish, and she has her own zoo. She makes me feel good about my zoo. But PB's gonna have some interesting siblings. Little jumping spiders, the actual real ones, are kind of cute, honestly. There's an account I follow, and they had a pet wild, just, fuck you, Yahoo. Lord. I'm not logged in. they had a wild jumping spider break into their RV bus conversion situation thing and became their friend, and they named it Sprout, and then Sprout recently passed away, so they just drove down to Florida and adopted a real jumping spider. Let me see if I can pull this up. I think their account is Rolling with Ophelia. The logo could have been a picture of Serena eating her curds and whey. Little Miss Serena sat on a tuffet. Oh, that doesn't rhyme. That's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. What about eating my Malta meal? Or eating my cream of wheat. Rolling with Ophelia, yes. Soy curds. Would soy even curdle? Yes, right? Because there's soy yogurt? I think. Soy yogurt that turned pink when it molded. That was the most terrifying thing I've seen in my life. Your favorite old gifts was the jumping spider. And let me play you the song of my people while doing their little cleaning thing. I don't think I've seen that. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Where's... I don't think Sprout has a story. Well, I mean, Sprout has a story, but not her individual. There's Sprout.
She would come up and crawl on her hand without getting her used to it. Yeah.
We decided to let her stay and grew this cute bond with her.
Oh, that's true.
I've noticed Clyde eating other spiders throughout the bus.
Tofu is pretty much. Until Kick chose to stuff it. While minding her own business. Ay.
Before Clyde,
Little Sprout.
She's very polite.
Very mellow.
She really taught us so much about jumping spiders.
She reminds me of my rat Clyde. Like, she just broke in and decided, like, okay, people, this is my home. I love Clyde. Clyde was so sweet.
We want to advocate for the spiders. You know, they really are an asset to our homes.
Little
We've
Sprout.
named her Clyde.
She would come up and crawl on her hand without getting her used to it. Yeah.
And then the new buddy.
Lately, it feels like something has been missing in our lives. We lost a member of our family a few months ago, and there's an empty
I saw the intro to this really quick, and without even paying attention, I thought one of their dogs died, and I started freaking out.
We want our new spider to feel right at home, so we're planting Petonia to provide cover, which will grow into her space as she gets older. We also decided to include broomfork moss, as it's soft and acts as a landing pad if she falls.
I mean, this is not for me.
The new spider
I'm embarrassed to say.
And now, all we need is a jumper.
But I think this is wonderful, conceptually. It makes me happy.
Spiders wandering into our home, so we traveled 1,000 miles south to sunny Florida to adopt one.
And all the way to get a little spider
The
friend.
family has arrived.
Welcome, Romeo. I did.
Meet Steve French.
It's ready
our
for a
10-month-old regal jumping spider. We fell in love with her when we realized she wasn't like the
She
others.
looks more like
She has a
Lucas,
little
but like
deformity
less
on her
scary.
abdomen, but that just makes her special.
But that's more what I would have
We're so
expected a
excited
jumping
about our
spider to
new
look like. The
family.
eyes still freak me out though. I just, oh. I think Sprout was cuter, but this one's adorable
Lately,
too.
it feels like something has been missing in our life.
I don't think I've shown you guys. Where is Clyde? I know Clyde is way back in the delves of everything. We have to scroll for 1,000 years. Gunther! He's so cute. blurp, blurp, blurp. That lets me massively scroll way better on my phone. It's gonna be 1,000 years until Clyde at this point. Jeez. Thank you, thank you. I like it. It turned out decent. It's not perfect, but it could have been a lot worse. I'm happy with it. Whatever the eyes are used for, they still freak me out. Aw, my Maya. There's like a Siamese Dilute Calico. She's such a pretty girl. Pretty lady. That's who also had FIC, which Voya apparently has now. Feline idiopathic cystitis. The last time I was a redhead, when was that? 2018. That was a long time ago. It was a long, long time ago. I went over that with dye, though, not just bleach. It was a purposeful redhead. We're getting close to Clyde. Oh, there's Snoop. Snoopers. Snooper poopers. And Baka! Baka, Baka, Baka. They ever get the spider and opposite sex friend? Do spiders go in heat? I don't know. Is it only certain breeds of spiders, or do all spiders, the female eats the male? So maybe that wouldn't be very productive. Christmas puppies. But that would be interesting. I wonder if spiders are like, if they like having a friend or not. Hehe. Snoop. Big goober. Big goober. Loki. And Blonderina. OG Blonderina. Where is my rat? Loki's. Loki, Loki, Loki. Loki, Loki. The worst sunburn I ever got in my life. Oh, there's some Clyders. Only visitation through the glass, just like in prison. Little handsome boy. This picture got featured on the Mitsubishi Pets page. Loki was famous. I know there's way more of Clyde on here. My voice is kind of coming back. It's inside my angry car. Blurp. His little tongue's so cute. Loki was so beautiful. My Three Stooges. My Three Stooges. Clyde! He was so cute. He was the cutest little thing. He was like Sprout. He just decided to not be wild. He came inside when it was super cold. He broke in. And then put him back outside. Like, caught him. That was interesting. Pippi actually found him. I locked up all the first time he broke in, I found him at the cat bowl. Not with any cats around him. But my first thought was, like, germs and fleas. Oh, no. So I locked all the cats upstairs and then brought Pippi downstairs because we didn't know where Clyde had ran off to. He was underneath the fireplace mantle, whatever thing, in the basement. And Pippi actually cornered him to where he was because I put my phone around to take a picture to see where he was exactly so that we can usher him out. And Pippi had her nose perfectly right in that corner. It was amazing, right? So we captured him once and then put him back outside with a bunch of blankets, and I made him like a little nest, and it was this beautiful little setup of the best I could do. And within 2 days later, he was back in the house, this time eating cat food with the cats. So I figured at this point, okay, it's going to be like negatives. I'm not going to release you back out in this. Obviously, you've decided this is your home and you're just going to keep breaking back in. So we got him a little, like a turtle aquarium at first for about a week until the big cage that was in the last video got here. And then Clyde was Was an indoor rat for almost 2 years. I had him. Is that Scabbers from Harry Potter? No. That's my wild rat. Clyde Burrows was his name. There's a gas fireplace in the basement. There's not a big, nice, real fireplace. It's just a gas fireplace. Charcoal. Charcoal, I think, looks a lot like Zeke, even though charcoal was gray. I'm sure I have a few more of Clyde on here. He was so cool. I think that's what's bothering my ego immensely about socializing Gigi. Because it's like, I rescued a wild rat, for crying out loud. Why can I not do this? He was so cute. He was such a chunky butt. His tail fell off. He didn't have a tail. When rats get stressed out, their tail will fall off. Sometimes they'll eat it, which is gross, but he didn't eat his. I just had to dispose of a tail. But he just had this little tiny nub at his butt with his little cute little setup in there. But he did not have a tail. Maybe this is just where Scabbers sought retirement then. He finished up in the movie world, wanted to come back into a slightly calmer, different perspective here. He wanted his little retirement. Wild rats only live to be about 5 years old. Oh, baby Cinder. Baby Sin. And he was a full-grown rat when he came in. So he would have been at least like 3 or 4 when he passed. Oh, thank you so much, Cygenix. Thank you. You are an awesome human. Thank you for being part of the Stream Dreams project. Thank you for being you. Woo, 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 woo. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew. It was his animagus form that was the rat. The rat! This must have been, February, about when he first came in, because he was so scared. He would hide and only come out for food for, like, the first 6 months. But then he started to get so social. He never really let me, like, hold him and snuggle him, but he would let me rub his little nosy and then feed him blueberries by hand. Oh, that boy loved blueberries. He loved his blueberries. His beautiful little setup. I still have this cage. I'd planned to use it for foster kittens, but it's just never come around to be necessary. I guess if I had 2 litters at the same time, that would be a good way to go about it, or like a medical case. I don't know. I think everything else here is pre-Clyde. No, Clyde was no, there we go. His original little fish tank setup. Turned back into a rat so he could be with Serena. Aw. So loved. Why must I attract the problem men, though? Why? He's so cute! He was adorable. I miss him. He was a very sweet little bean. Alright, how am I color coordinating this? We gotta update our count. We are now at 2 out of 13 for our weekly goal, which will extend through next week. Like, this week is just practice week. It's a beta week. That's what we'll go with for that one. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Woo, 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 woo! We're at 2 out of 13. Awesome humans for 1 TNR. Save the kitties. We gotta save the kitties. Or at least make sure they're not making more babies. Woo! Woo, 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 woo! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. An easy choice over Voldemort. I'd like to think this was, a bit more of a comfy setup than over there. He was so adorable. There he was when Pippi found him. That was the picture of when Pippi found him. I was so proud of her. Showed up his Wormtail and thinks Serena would have opened the door. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. I think everything else is pre-chug. Oh, shout out to homemade explosives. Not explosives, but homemade firework explosives. It was a New Year's, and or maybe it was for Christmas. What was the date on that? My buddy that works with explosives made a DIY explosive to impress my niece and nephew. We didn't have any fireworks, but my nephew wanted to do fireworks, so he's like, hold on, I'll be back in like an hour, and then came back with that. That was probably not very responsible, but it was cool. Alright, that's one more, and then that's enough memory lane. Pippi. Little Durple child. Aw, my spiky plugs. I love this picture of Loki. She looks like a pig. Hello face. That face. That face. That Snoopy face. So clean. She was so clean. Well, I mean, like, not really, but like, the body was not clean, but everything else was beautiful and clean. Kind of miss being a car girl. This was one of the best Harley makeups that I feel like I ever did, and that was in 2015, and I have never been able to duplicate. Like, that was the first time I tried Harley makeup, and I've never been able to duplicate how amazing that actually came true. I would love to be able to do that again, and I have no idea what I did to do that. I don't know why I can't open that one, but it turned out so good. I'll forever be chasing that dragon. Oh god, was that from our rap video? Yes. I was in a rap video. Did you guys know that? My best friend had not a phase, but a period of time where he was going to be a rapper. He's quite good. Though the video I'm in is quite a silly, stupid song. How long ago was my belly button pierced? In 2015. Okay, that's probably why I didn't close up, because it's been over 10 years now. Okay, I'm over it. Let's play some games. Gotta make a stamp that you can mush your face into. That would be interesting. That's for sure. That would be something. Wonder if that's still there, if the YouTube channel is scrapped. What did I just do? Don't do that, Windows. Don't do that. Now I'm so curious. Tell you to do makeup. Probably a good thing you turned out to be a man. Makeup is hard. I quote perfected my process in like high school, and I very only slightly changed it since. More eyeliner, less eyeshadow. That's really it. Oh, I think one of my first pictures on here is fishing with my best friend. Because we're towards the beginning of the beginning. I love this picture with Bunny. I have such a goofy, stupid smile there. Aw, when I first rescued Snoop. Look how fucking skinny he was. Oh, that's not open. Bunny. He was so skinny in my bucket seat. Went from 42 pounds to 80 pounds. Diesel's 75 pounds now. There have been many blonde arenas over the years. My ex-girlfriend took that picture and I thought I was so cool. Orange kitty? Did I just see an orange kitty? Aw, Roar. I really think my first picture on here is me fishing with my buddy. My best friend. Grandpa! Happy New Year's, Grandpa! He brought his flask down to dinner that night. Why does it take so much longer to load on desktop than on my phone? Is it just like loading higher quality maybe? I think so. Oh no, Loki and Pippi are my first ones, but the first one I posted of me was with my pinup bangs and fishing with my best friend. That was the last time I went fishing. That was 2014. Last time I went fishing was 12 years ago. Jesus Christ. Did a Loconutter Butters. You're so beautiful. Really, really making effect of those OG Instagram filters there. And a smushy Pippi. And a lake. And fishing. Those bangs were fun. And if I styled them correctly, they looked okay, but I don't have the face shape to make them work. I just don't. My one perfect curl. Like, they're not low maintenance bangs. I like them, but they require a lot of work to look good. They're kind of decent when they grow out a little bit. I don't look terrible with bangs, but I find them very annoying because they require maintenance. It was a phase. They look better from the side than forward. But you can't just like walk around talking to everyone like this, you know? Doesn't work that way. It's not smart. It still amazes me that Loki became so cat aggressive when she spent so much time loving on the cats and being close to them. And she was young. Mr. Ming, that was when he first came home. Aw. He's a cute little boy. The first time I brought my tomatoes inside to get tomatoes all winter, because that's how much I love tomatoes. It's one of my favorite pictures of my grandpa, and my hair looks so stupid. But I have like 3 pictures where he's smiling with me in it. And that's one of them. I had predictions for the future. Miss Pippi. That's when Pippi was a Dalmatian. I was Cruella. I made that robe. I think that was a dress that I modified from Goodwill. But I turned an old bathrobe into the Cruella robe. Pippi turned out so cute, though. She hated doing those spots, though. It's like the hair color spray, so it's like aerosol-y. And she got freaked out every time I sprayed it. She's like, I was still a bather then, you know. I was not a dog groomer yet. So I didn't know what I was doing. What would his YouTube channel have been? He changed his rapper name a few times. I don't even know how to find this. I can't search that on YouTube. Oh god. That'll make sense in a moment if I can find it to what the song is. Nope. Oh, what would this have been? What would this have been? Would it be like in my... I think I've made a new YouTube since then. Maybe. Why is every song I can think of that he would have created something extremely generic sounding? I search for this? Oh shit, if I can find... Where would Denny's be? No. Oh my god, give me my Google back. I updated everything and for some reason my YouTube or my Google turned into Yahoo. I don't know how to spell Danny's last name. I'm gonna have to text him in the morning and figure out what it might be. I'm sure it's still up. I just don't know how to find it. One more try. Dang it. It's a stupid ass song. It don't really matter anyway, but... Oh, shout out to when I tore my frenulum. On the dresser with the mirror in the foster room, I blacked out at my grandpa's house because that used to be my grandpa's furniture, and I knocked my face into it. And there is indeed a little chip in the dresser where my tooth clonked into it. I have no frenulum in my upper lip. It's completely gone now. Which sucks because I wanted that pierced. I think that looks really cute pierced. And I can't do that. Please don't be a penis. You have a frenulum on your penis too. A smiley piercing, that's what it's called. I was contemplating it around that timeline, and then it ripped, and I was like, well, I can never do that again. I think that looks so cute. I don't know why. I think it would have balanced well with these, too. The dresser was okay. The dresser survived. And so did I. But I did not hurt the dresser. You gotta respect the dresser. That sucked. That was an all-around bad time. I had forgotten. I was so, like, stressed out and in a phase of life that was very difficult and challenging, and also caring for my grandpa at the time, and did not eat enough for a couple of days, did not sleep enough for a couple of days, and ended up just, like, blacking out. So I think I was, like, waiting for my grandpa to get out of the bathroom or something, and I felt like I was gonna pass out, and I did. Knocked my teeth and my face into the dresser in there, and then didn't want to alarm my grandpa. So I remember thinking to crawl to the other bathroom, so, like, out of the bedroom into the hallway and then into the hall bathroom. I remember thinking I should do that. I don't remember doing it. But then I woke up again, and I was leaning against the wall in the bathroom, and, like, everything was spinning, and it was bad. And at that point, I hollered, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa," and he's like, "Where are you? What are you doing? Where are you?" It's like, "Why are you on the floor?" And I explained what happened, and blah, blah, blah. So he called my dad, because he didn't know what to do. And my dad said, "Oh, give her some juice. Just give her some juice." So I'm out of it. I'm not thinking at all. My grandpa pours me a cup of tomato juice, which feels really good on open wounds, of course. Does not burn at all. But obviously we survived and everything was fine. But that was a time to be alive. I'm much more mindful to bring a granola bar everywhere with me, no matter if I'm leaving the house just for 20 minutes or for 2 hours. I will bring a granola bar everywhere with me. I will. I think most juice is at least slightly acidic. I'm trying to think of one that, like, wouldn't burn. So probably true. But, oh, the tomato juice did not feel good. It did not feel good. Good job, Voya. I'm proud of you, buddy. GG's. GG's. Oh, I gotta run into the bedroom to switch this category. I moved my laptop to the bedroom now. Wait, I think that's the wrong... That's not the one I was using. This is the one I was using. Okay. That was confuzzling. That's desktop capture versus game capture. I think my microphone is just exceeding its own existence here. It's beautiful. Could have been orange juice or lemonade. That would have been bad. I guess good call for Grandpa for grabbing, I don't think he ever had lemonade in the house, but definitely always orange juice. Good call for grabbing the tomato juice instead of the orange juice. Tomato juice is so healthy for you. It's a very good one. It's a very good one. No, stranger danger. Tomatoes! Let's make some juice. Heal the world. Do your thing, Voya. Do your thing, honey. I have to complete some memory trips. What would those be? I just said I have to get up and do something. What do I have to change this category? That's what it would be. Get some participation points. And then we'll do our low and slow DJ hour with Gigi. That's actually story time, but you know. I like Cliff Bars. I feel like I just said that like such a child. I like Cliff Bars. I'm not a big chocolate person, but I tolerate this one okay. They used to come in packs of 18, now they come in packs of 15. So I have 2 monthly on my subscribe and save on Amazon. So I get 30 of them a month. So I can have 1 a day. Because I have to eat at least 1 of these a day. The Z-Bar ones that are for kids, those are really good too. But they're supreme. That's $316. How many fucking bars are there? Jesus Christ. 192. That's some bulk. I like these though. The Cliff Bars are good. There's probably better granola bars out there. But I like these. They are yummy. Gunther food. Oh, it's category. Category. I like the Cliff Bars. Their oatmeal raisin one is, for someone who doesn't like oatmeal raisin, actually surprisingly good. I don't think I've had too many more of them though. Oh, they used to have good blueberry ones, but now the blueberry ones are not so good anymore. Monty is chilling like a villain in his stall. I have him with pretty much the same setup that Pippi had when she got her eye out. That's a weird sentence to say. That's kind of uncomfortable. And she got her eye out when she had her eye removed. When she had her eye surgery. It's in my way. Oh, we don't get more clothes and gear yet. Sad. That was the other one. The box. The box! And this one has a box. And that one has a box. Oh no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Secret box. Hidden box. What the hell is this? We've been doing fishing? It's been a while. Should we go fishing? Can't believe it's that long since I last went fishing. It's so long ago. Did not think it was that long ago. I really do think my brain is stuck like no farther. I stunted at like 2018. Time just does not seem to have passed for me since then. It's bizarre. I think I've mentioned that before. I think it's like Peter Pan syndrome or something. I don't know. Like my life has been consistent from then forward. And it feels no later in time. Then I opened you. Got some zoomies. Or a zoomie. A groundhog decade. Kind of. Tomatoes. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Almost. No boxes for you, Serena. None. Come salvage for lost ocean treasures with me. That sounds a little bit like, here kid, I have candy in my van. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I quite see the validity there. Oh, you know what's not tomato juice, but is really good though? Is the, I like the V8 energy drinkies. I forgot about those. I had those for a while and they were really good. Oh no. Oh no. Am I doing the electrics or are they doing the electrics? There's the big guy. Ah! Oh, failure. No, I wanted to change my squad. Oops. I guess we'll see if it's true failure or just Serena-itis. Oh, he's chasing me from behind. That's rude. That's not cool. It's a bit better of an expansion. Strong enemy incoming. I think we have a chance now. Maybe. Oh no, they're coming from behind. I can't do anything about that. Oh god. That's the first time they've stayed and hung around. Shit. That's not cool. Last man standing. Fuck. Nope. Warm-up battle. 2 warm-up battles. I think I gotta swap out my weak girly for a strong man. A strong woman. She'll smother all the zombies with her boobs. Effective strategy. No, don't leave any behind, because then they're gonna come up your butt, Serena. It's not cool. Ow! I didn't move far enough. Fork. I'm electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. Can feel it. It's electric. Boogie, woogie. I don't know how to do the electric slide. I've done it like participation point style at weddings before. This is not gonna happen. But I don't actually know how to do the electric slide. Like, memorized. Why are you so tough? No, I don't want to join your alliance. Okay, with the strong man. Fork. Is not going to serve me well. Strong enemy. He's a very strong enemy. I will give him that. This is also the first time that we've had stragglers come back up to get us. You guys are all weak. It's literally the best put together we can get. Evenly matched. So, strategy. Kill them all. None left standing. Oh, I thought maybe I would get both. That's asking a lot, though. No stragglers, no stragglers, there's stragglers. Stragglers. I'm not gonna get the boost from that one. I left that many stragglers? Oh, I think we're gonna make it this time. I think. Oh, I can't get him, that does nothing. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Not getting wallumed by him would probably be helpful too. Get gotted. Yeah, bitch. Okay, I can sleep peacefully with myself tonight. Your squad a glass of tomato juice before the next battle. And give him a cup of these. They're actually really, really good. That one's the best. But they're really good. They're at Target. It's not very expensive either. Are these even allowed here? What? Why wouldn't it be allowed? I gotta grab some more of these. We got more yard. Woo! Uh-oh. Is she infected? Safe. Okay. Depends if and where they get frenulum piercings. I don't know if the other location is even pierceable. I don't think I want to know, honestly. I think that's information that's better for the rest of the world to have than I. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. To breathe, but that's alright. Oh, do we have... He's just leaving people at the front gate. Oh, what? Did I tell him no? Why did he walk away disgruntled? I thought I told him yes. I'm sorry, dude. Oops. Oops. If other locations becomes an issue, they're drinking tomato juice wrong. We gotta school these bitches. We already have this hero. Gain points for him instead. Cool, okay. We got Mad Eye Moody. Do 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 do. I like this song. One more. Daily task bigger and better completed? Well, dang. That's schnifty. He can get some skills. I think doubly. Yeah. Nice. Him is talented. How long do I want to keep clicking this for? Ah! I don't know about that. Rank up. Does that mean he can too? No? Get some skills. She has 15 of them in queue. Jeez. Defense. Defense. Do 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 do. Points maxed. I don't know how long I can keep. That's how long I keep clicking that for. He's a wolf. A wolfy wolf he is. Ow! There was an owl outside last night being really, really loud. That's not a wolf, that's an owl, but I haven't heard one so clearly and so closely in a while. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo. Keep going until he yells at me. This kid is the most leveled up that leveled up could ever level up to be. Jesus Christ. Do those two. Screech owls do sound freaky. They're the forbidden owl. We do not have those around here, thankfully. We just hear hoo hoo. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo. I guess we will level you up then. Upgrade. Please do not close this window. I think that was supposed to, what it was supposed to do the other day that it did not. Stranger danger. Stranger to danger. No more talent for you. No more. Battle manuals are insufficient. Your face is insufficient. Dun, 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 dun. He's a tough guy. Tough guy grandpa. I ship them. It'd make a cute end of the world couple. They're adorable. Is our what is she from The Last of Us? Our Last of Us girl? Or not from, but inspired by. Inspired by. Oh, no more talent. Last of Us, that one. No talent, no skills. No talent, no skills. No talent, no skills. It's like end of the world Thor over here. He's an interesting fellow. Where's the other one that says new? There. The Joker? Johnny Carey? Is he a purple Joker? Rebuild Civilization. Is that a new one? Oh no, we had that up before. In rebuilding civilization shouldn't be a new concept, but you know? You know? I've never played the game or saw the show either. epically clueless. But it was interesting that you guys found a similarity between the two the last time. March. March. Much oil factory upgrades. Much and more and many. If I'm not mistaken, the game definitely and the show, I believe, are very well loved. First season is worth a watch. Haven't gotten to the second season, but heard it dropped off a bit. I feel like that happens with so much. I feel like growing up, most shows would have a really shitty first season. And it would kind of gauge the effect of, okay, are people actually going to watch the show for more seasons? Like, the first season would just be kind of low effort, bland sauce. And it would only get better from there. And it does not seem to be that way anymore. Like, the first season is the most effort and intent that is put into the show. And then after that, it just drops off, as you say. Is that our modern YouTube Shorts minds coming into play? I need immediate satisfaction. I just find it very ironic considering, like, you know, long ago we would have to wait for... Long ago. To wait weekly for new episodes. Now you get them, like... Well, some releases are changing, like on HBO. Weekly things. I think there's a few on Hulu that come out weekly, too. But... now you have it all at your fingertips. The first season spoils you, and then everything else destroys you. And there's no reason for that. Bring back crappy first seasons. Please. 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 It has more to do with how funding for shows was done back in the day. Oh, that makes sense. Then I have no idea how it's done, but I would venture to guess that before it would have been a planned studio coming together with this idea and concept versus they're kind of commissioning shows at this point that are pre-made concepts instead of being built there piece by piece as is. Why are these flamey? They're making me feel like they're important or something. No, special mission. Special rescue mission. Excuse me. That was a weird, like, yawn and a half. Race ya. Race ya. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. For Star Trek The Next Generation, Patrick Stewart was cast for 3 seasons right off the bat. They didn't know how the show was going to perform. I mean, man secured his bag. Respect for that. Respect. I don't see how that show could have failed, though. I mean, maybe not gotten the most traction that they wanted, but it's Star Trek. People like Star Trek will watch Star Trek. Just like with Star Wars. That's why they keep making so much stupid Star Wars. I don't know if it's stupid or not. I haven't seen any of the new stuff. But Star Wars fans, for the most part, excluding myself, are going to watch it. But I just happen to be a Star Wars fan that does not have much free time. And that is probably my downfall with that one. If I had infinite time in the world, of course I would be bored enough to want to check it out. But I do not get bored, which is a privilege and an irritation. I almost miss being a little bit bored sometimes. That's nuts to me, though. They know within the first couple weeks of airing a show now if it's going to be worth them for them to continue making, like... The world is moving too fast. I'm still in 2018, okay? It's moving too fast. Too fast. I need low and slow media. Like Gigi needs low and slow DJ voice. Low and slow DJ hour. Get some important airdrops. Oh my god. Racing. Racing. Race. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm cheating. Oh, I beat them back too fast. Hublarg. Hublarg. I'm enjoying rereading Hitchhiker's Guide. That was a good choice. I'm liking it a lot. It's just sitting in her room, so it's been hard for me to not pick back up and keep going with it, but I've remained having self-control. I don't know if it's exactly the low and slow effect I was looking for either, but the most important thing is that she's hearing my voice in a consistent and calm tone. So while I'm not talking like this throughout the entirety of the story, which would be ideal, excuse me, it's still accomplishing what we want to accomplish. It's so hard to judge her progress. Like sometimes I'll look at her and I'll be like, okay, you're starting to come around. Like, you're not hiding. You're putting your head up. Started to incorporate churros into our social time. She's still not eating it when I'm out, but she really likes those. So hopefully churro will be the way to her heart. That would be nice. Return. And I don't think we've had a normal one yet. It's an interesting one. Get another chonkers like Tank. You know, I noticed this with Charlie last year and this year too. And Tank was still dealing with so much deworming the first winter that he was here. Like, I don't think he was fully dewormed until close to October-ish, somewhere around there. At least September, October after he came in. I think the street cats, and granted, this is no excuse for me to not be mindful with, like, feeding or anything of the sort, because I do need to. But I think, one, the street cats chunk up a little bit around winter time. At least, like, the first couple winters they've been around. Charlie got a little bit chunky, and she's shed all of that winter weight now without me doing anything. And Tank is starting to slim down a bit, too. But I think also him having his cone on made him want to play less. So he definitely wasn't burning as much calories either. It wasn't just me overfeeding him. I was giving him a little bit too much food, though. I did remeasure that, and he has his own measuring cup now. Hibernation weight achieved. Well, it's something I'm curious to really pay attention to with rescues in the future and permanent residents. And Voya got a little bit chunky about a year after he came in. He was too sick the first winter that he was here still. He was recovering then. But he got a little bit chunky towards fall, winter of his first official year here. And I always thought that was me just being too loving and overfeeding. But no. I think it's an outside thing where they just naturally want to eat more before it gets cold out, especially if it's a really cold winter. We've had very cold winters. Boyd didn't chunk up more this winter. Slavka did a little bit, but she's burned it off again. It's an interesting observation. Not something to just, put out of my mind as like, oh, it's just winter weight, they're fine. But I think it's a street cat first couple winters indoors thing. Like, Voy didn't get chunky this winter. But Gunther got a little bit chunky his first winter inside. But he doesn't anymore. Gunther's actually a little bit on the skinny side now. Him is getting up there in years. Oh, you have no deployable squads. Where are my squad? What did I do? Do I need to heal people's? Maybe, probably, yeah. And get some tomatoes. More tomatoes. More tomatoes. I do very much appreciate you guys noticing that with Tank, though. Because it is hard when you see them every single day to notice those tiny little minute changes. I do not think the avocado did him any favors, though. It was high in fat. It made him just generally not very playful. But can't imagine a cat wants to play with a cone on. I feel so bad. He had that on for so long. I really hope that we can just keep it off now and be done with it. Oh my god, stop yawning. It's annoying. Stop. Breathe. Breathe. Let me claim my prizes. Oh. Why are they transparent? That's weird. Get them. Get them, get them. They're so close to home. What is that? What does that mean? Oh, that's someone else's camp. Am I just consistently failing that? I've just been letting it do what it does. Oh, yeah. Need different deployable troops or something? I don't know. Song is like an Alan Walker-y kind of vibe. Naviro. Okay, maybe let's pay attention to what we're doing. Do I just not have enough ruffians? Who's the toughest of the toughest? Level 30 and level 26. I mean, I don't think it gets any better than that. We shall see. See, we shall. Defeat. To pause. We need more soldiers. Train and obtain the troops. Oh god, we're on this part of things. I guess. We'll let that run. Your abilities can start constructing anytime. I mean, that's great for them. Our resources are depleted. Welcome to the real world. Shiny box. Infrastructure master. A box. Fish needs an upgrade. Stop censoring the jiggle. Thank you. I like her. For reasons. She's got a nice big personality. Is our stuff, and is there anything left to grab? And then story time. Low and slow DJ hour. I think just the most important thing about about being around Gigi is that I'm not up talking or like telling a super excitable story. My voice is just as plain as possible. Like a super excitable story in the sense of like, oh my god, and then this happened, and then this happened, and this happened, and this happened. Like that's none of her business. She doesn't need to be a part of that. Twice the personality, double the fun. Exactly. It's the kind of multiple personality disorder that you do want in a woman. One of the only, arguably. You know, generally those are frowned upon a little bit, but in this case. Choose grand prize. Oh, I don't know what I want. Mystery treasures. No, that one is quantity of the most. I don't know, but that's they're sparkly and shiny. Those look the neatest, but I don't know which is which. Does it say? Oh, that's where it says. Some carbon steel. I don't think we have really any issue with leveling people up very efficiently. Let's do that. Can't switch around your prize. That's cheating. It's cheating. Why do you want to keep telling me there's more to do with? I don't want to do the more things. Squad is awaiting what? I didn't mean to abandon everybody. Oops. I might have. Oh, look at them doing their little ruffian training over there. Adorable. Adorable. A lookout tower. Okay. Thought we put in the battle center. Why does it just want to keep putting that one? Do you need me to spend on you? I don't want to. That one's still running. I don't know why I imagined the riders would be on horses, but no. The ponies. Un mas. That low and slow DJ hour. Major advantage. Good. Loaderbot! Give me Loaderbot. Fucking decent. Oh, the way they crawl is so weird. Big army. Woo! It's a box. It's a box. We have a decent amount of those. I didn't need to grab that for the other. I really need to have more steel going here. Lumber. What produces steel? Steel workshop. Get that leveled up and producing schmore. You know I like a big army. Equipment workshop. Meh. Meh. We have one steel mill versus so many hospitals and gardens and lumberyards. What produces oil? Oh, there's another steel yard. Do you have anything that produces oil? That just protects it. I don't know. We'll have to look at that one next time. Let's bop down with Miss Gigi. Bless you. Bless you, sleepy boob. Need a story times category. Oh, you know what? I think I can change. I need to update the Twitch app. I'm gonna do that, then I can just change this category on my lappy tappy. Boya is always watching. Boya is always. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sakes, or he'll outbad you. He's a man of many talents. We swap our category over and get our go cam going again. Yeah, so put out some treats for Katniss' sake. Oh, you better watch out. No, like, really, you better watch out. There's a Slavka around every corner. Gotta keep your eyes peeled for that one. Chauncey's rectangular soft crate in my bedroom, and Void keeps laying inside of it. Like Void says, I am puppy too. She is puppy. How's my back? Like hit or a miss lately. If I get really ambitious and lay all weird cockeyed sideways, then it's not fun getting up, but otherwise it's decently okay. Been being very careful to hold my posture and started working out again Tuesday night. But just like with a bunch of slow stretches, so I think that's helped a bunch. I still need to schedule my physical therapy for that. But everything has to be done in order. It does, it does. I need to get my pelvic physical therapy back in play and scheduled before I schedule for my back. Otherwise, I'll forget one to not the other. Well, you got up, look, not 100%. I mean, I'm in pain, just not in my back right now. The pain has relocated itself. Need a few sips of coffee. Brain is still in beta. Need some caffeine to work it out. Chug, chug, chug. My back has been decent. My body has just been a bit sore otherwise from almost all of my swelling has gone down at this point from surgery. I'm still a little bit swollen, but it's almost completely gone down at this point. So I'm thinking probably by a week for today, I can get back to my spicy streams, which is good. But everything not being rearranged, but being put back to where it should be from endometrial removal has been a bit of an adjustment and is a bit uncomfortable at times. My body is like, whoa, this is where it's supposed to be, but it hasn't been here in a while. I don't know what to do about that. The coffee is good tonight. The hair is gold. Should we be ready for the gold coffee? That'll be in approximately... Now, what is the hair timeline? To go a month in between bleachings, so it doesn't fuck up. Oh, February, and what month was I looking at where the 13th was... Oh, I was looking at January. I was wrong about Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is a Saturday. I thought it was on a Wednesday. this month, but I was wrong. I was looking at January. February and March are almost carbon copies of each other. So I'll be gold by about... Do you like to behave, vessel of which I occupy? It'll be golden around the 3rd. And then fully blondified. Oh god, that'll be scary. Like the 7th of April-ish, somewhere around there. And then conventions are, I think, the 10th, 11th, 12th, if I remember correctly. And then C2E2 is before that. But I just plan on doing a lot of cosplay and wearing wigs if I don't feel like my hair is ready for the general public of the world. Gotta look your best to feel your best. And that's where it, like, really matters to present yourself as if one was perfect. No one is perfect, but you can pretend for 3 days out of the year. You can pretend just for fun, as a treat. That's where I threw the trippin'. You're perfect, Cyogenics. Are you on day 1 of your 3? You flip us over here. Decent. I'm perfect is triggering the my voice is louder than your voice. My voice is louder than your voice. My voice is louder than your voice in my head. Open up chat. You're not wrong. You can be as loud as you want to be. I have to be a low and slow DJ. Low and slow DJ storytime hour. That's a lot of concepts all at once. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, you go down. Alright, I don't think Voya appreciates music being left on in here. But I'm not in here, and I don't know why. Maybe he just doesn't like my music, but he only tolerates it when I'm in here because he loves me. He's a good man. Whee! On the road again. I can't wait to get on the... Oh, I knew that was coming. Big yawn. On the road again. And grab water. I'm probably gonna put my slippers on. They're gonna look ugly as sin. But my peats are gonna get cold in the room. They just are. Boy, Deb Chili Beans. His tank sleeps at my knees, not at my feet. Zeke and Gunther will warm my feet, or Voya will. They trade off, and it's nice of them. Or Chauncey will warm my feet. But if I'm in with Tank, he just wants to lay in the crook of my leg or snuggle. And that does not make my toes warm. But earlier, he really went for the crook of my leg instead of... We should pop in and say hi to Tank first. He really, 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 really stole the hot blanket from me. And, like, I had a plan. It was under the blankets. It was there. It was marvelous. It was fantastic. It was all set up to be cozy wozy. And then he stole it. He stole it. Thought I had it perfectly sectored to my spot, but no, he stole it. He is smart. I'm surprised it wasn't like... It wasn't super hot, but it wasn't too warm for him. I thought he wouldn't like it. Hi, Void. No free butts. Thank you. I will say it's kind of a mind fuck having a black cat on this side of the door and a black cat on that side of the door. It's not something I'm used to, and it's a bit confusing. Especially through all the way on that side. So I'll say black cat. I'm like, why is Zeke out? Little peeps! Peepy Peeperson! Hello. I love you. You're very cute. She's so small. She's just so small. Do your runaround time, lady. Have your wild girl time. Have your wild child time. Tank is a very, very smart man. And get my slippers on. We can say hi to Mr. Chauncey too. He has like a happy hoodie type thing around his neck so that he doesn't scratch at it because it's too low down to whatchamawatcha, put a cone on him. I did get a happy hoodie too, but I didn't have one right away. I'll put this on him when he's a little bit more healed. We actually used to use these when I was grooming dogs, but around their ears to like keep the dryer sound off. But I had a genius idea when the happy hoodie was mentioned to me that I have a 3-pack when I only need one of the balaklavas. You guys made fun of me last time I called them baklavas because I thought it was the same word. It's not the same word apparently. But I cut off the top, and that's what he has around his neck right now. It's just this. Hello, Charlie. Charlie says hi. Charlie, hi. I put on my slippers. They're cozy. Cozy, wozy, posy. He's just in his little stall. And Ringo is chilling. And Diesel is chilling. The dog room is very full right now. It's full of puppies. Hello, Mr. Chauncey. You're doing good, my friend. You're doing good. You're doing good. They're all only in here when I can't watch them. Otherwise, they take over the house and are chaos. Chaos. Chauncey and Boyd made friends, though. That was really cool. That was a little nerve-wracking, considering he's been a cranky boy lately, but they did really good together. I was proud of that. I was very proud of that. Hello, Miss Charlie Bear. I mean, if I'm giving myself a facial, giggity, I'm mostly smearing honey pastry over my face. Honey and lemon juice and sugar exfoliator. A little bit of yogurt. Hi, Munster. Merp, merp. Oh yeah, I'm glad I put slippers on. It's chilly. Mr. Tank. Hello. We stop in for a smooch. I forgot to turn your fan back on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember to turn it back on. Hi. Use your stairs. Use your stairs. Use your stairs. There you go. He's so smart. I don't know how he figured that out. He stole my blanket. Put it under the blankets and everything. No, how he figured that out in like 10 seconds. Or Pippi didn't figure out in like 6 months, but Tank likes going under blankets. Tank is an under the blanket kind of man. He just doesn't like when they get closed down underneath him. You have to hold up the tent for him. He's so happy without his cone. He's so much better. He's so much better. He scratched himself a little bit on the other side. But he's leaving him alone for the most part. Giving him a gabapentin and trimming his nails really, really smooth. I filed them a little bit too. I think helped the most. He's such a big love. Now Slavka's gonna try and break in the door. Aww. Tank says, I got some love for you guys too. Boys need love too. Now he just wants the snacks. Tank, you get your snacks while Ringo is eating. I hate to break it to you, but It's not an at the moment thing. It's like, but it is though. Come here. There you go. You're so smart. You're so smart. You can go in your binkies. You can go in your binkies. Oh, I'm sorry. See, he's so docile now that I forget, and then I give him full body pets, and then he's like, wait a second, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, the price has been paid. The debt has been owed. Now feed me. Feed me. He's such a lover boy. See, Tank, even without being a pair avocado, without being Tankacado avocado, you're still a very cute boy. He's the most handsome man. Tank really is beautiful. Like, he's kind of derpy looking, but he is gorgeous. I bet he was the cutest little baby. I bet everyone was the cutest little baby, but I would kill and die to see baby Tank and take him off the street before he ever had to be on the street. But, oh my god. You would have been so cute with your little spots. You would have. His little dark mouth. Oh my goodness. You would have been the cutest baby Tank. He loves his love. He's in a very lovey mood today. Watch in like 2 seconds, he'll bite me or something, but he's in a very lovey mood today. He sat on my lap for like a half hour earlier and would not let me get up. He's like, no, I'm cute. Stay with me. Yeah, there are a lot of, like, people just post in the neighbor app thingy and just post like, oh, is this someone's cat? It's been by my house for XYZ amount of days or XYZ amount of years or whatever. And so many of them, probably about a third of the ones that I see. Slavka's appeared. Looks somewhat like Tank. Which, Tank is not the most unique looking cat. He's a tabby with white. I mean, that's pretty common. It's not rare. But a lot of them look like him. A lot of them do. I'd venture to guess you had quite a few babies out there. I would venture to guess so. You're very handsome, though. Okay, you can have you're conning me into it. You can have a little treat as a treat. But you get your big night-night snack before night-night time while Ringo eats. You stay on schedule. Now he gets a measuring cup for his food. I'm gonna try and be a little bit more mindful. Like, we get some turkey. It's a healthy snack. It's not his favorite. He's not fat. He's just a tank. Would a skinny tank be effective at wartime? No. He's just a tank. But he is down about a pound since having the cone off, and he's been playing a lot more, and I can feel more rib cage. I can also feel that he needs a good brushing because he hasn't really been able to groom back here, but that's okay. Healthy snacks are the biggest con. It's just turkey crumbles. You know, like buying turkey bacon instead of regular bacon. It's some turkey crumbles. He's not amused, but it's snack, and it's quote, quote, snack time. It's the snack time line, so. Well, you enjoy it. Aha. That's why they keep making tanks bigger and bigger, yes. Effective wartime strategies. That's how I up my kitty arsenal. +1 tank. +1 tank. Tank, you're so cute. I still cannot believe he's as much of a love as he is now. I knew he would become a house cat one day. I did not ever think he would be as sweet as he is now. That was a very pleasant surprise in life. I gotta drop us in here and then grab Gigi's foods. Turn on the space heater a little bit. She doesn't really like the sound of that, but I don't like freezing. You in your housey? She out? Hi, Mama. Oh no, she's in her housey. She's in her housey. She's in the little crate. Now Slavka and Tank are gonna go at it in the door, and that's just what they do. It's what they do. Okay, let's grab your yummies, mamas. I gotta figure out, how did I arrange your hands? Hey, baby. Okay, now we got for dinners the gabapentin mixed food, and that we're gonna do a plate of churro. This is going to be our determining factor. So I'm putting a churro on a plate in front of her carrier, which is what she's hiding inside of right now. And if she can, oops, that's not how I want it to work. If she can manage to be brave enough to eat a churro in front of me, like not coming to me holding it, but just eating it on the plate in front of me while I'm in here, then she can be socialized. If she won't do that, then I'm going to have to accept that she's going to have to be a barn kitty, which there's nothing wrong with that, again, but I don't like feeling like I'm giving up. And I've also kind of, I guess, had this very either egotistical or not sure if it's ego, not sure if it's, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh my God, what is it? Meaning somewhere along the lines of just being foolish enough to think, oh my God, why can't I think of this word? Being foolish enough to think that I can accomplish anything. But I really thought I could socialize any cat, and I guess that's not always an option. I mean, like, really, truly, she could just live here the rest of her life and be a cat that hides, and that's it. Like, I could accept that as a reality. Is that what makes her happy? No. Is she miserable around people at this point and hates it? Yes. Could that possibly change in the near future? Maybe. If I just let her into the house and, assuming Slavka didn't kick her ass, she could just do her own thing, and in 10 years she might suddenly come up to me and want to sit on my lap. But would that be a pretty miserable 10 years up to the point of hiding all the time and feeling on edge? Like, it's just it's a difficult decision to make, but I have to do what's best for her, and not just gonna leave her on all alone, sad, angry, scared in the house. Like, if she would be happier as a barn cat. I'd really like to try with her. Not hubris, it's the words that keep coming to mind that are absolutely wrong are disenchantment and nuance, which I can't fucking think of the word that I'm looking for. I'll think of it as soon as I stop stream. True. Recommended wine pairing with a plate of churro. I don't know what goes well with chicken and scallops. It's a pretty gross combo in my opinion. But we get the good and stinky ones. Here we go, baby. She's just scared. She's not mean. And that's the part that hurts the most, is that she's scared. Because she's not lashing out at me putting the plate down. But if I were to put my hand by her, she would lash out in fear. Anything she does that seems mean is just defensive. All right, Miss Lady Ma'am. We're gonna set in story time. I think this one is surf and turf, actually. I know it's Tasty Treasures. Oh, the Mantover, this kind of looks like your kitty. I don't know if that's gonna focus. It kind of looks like your torty baby. What is the word I'm looking for? That's gonna drive me insane. I have no idea what it would be. It'll come to me after stream. But it's a learning process. It just is. Cats aren't like dogs. I mean, dogs, unless they have like a mental issue or a chemical imbalance, they will always come around to you. Cats will not always come around to you. She is my first well and true feral. She is a 100% feral cat. 100%. There's no chance that she's ever had any human socialization. And not only is she a feral cat, she's a traumatized feral cat because she was in a trap for 48 hours and then abducted by this alien. And then she's been through it. She's like a traumatized feral, which is not great. It does look a lot like Paula. It was the first thing I thought of when I saw. It looks just like her. I think this kitty has more weight than yours. I don't know. I like seeing similarities on the can. Like this one looks like Monster. And then I think the boys, I know the Big Zoo's food has a Voya on it. I just have fun with that. Do we have any? Whoa, the churro has 3 cats that I don't have. I don't have a Siamese colored cat. I guess that's a seal point, but it's a fluffy cat. I don't know what it would be. I don't have an orange cat, and I don't have a gray cat. Otherwise, we fit the bill. There's the book over here. Gotta catch 'em all. Just imagine saving wrappers from everything. My Pokedex of pets. That's funny. Don't have a Siamese yet. I've had 2 Siamese cats, but I don't have one right now. My deaf cat Ming was Lynx Point Siamese, and then Maya was a Dilute Calico Siamese mix. So she was Siamese, and she had Siamese points, but she was also Dilute Calico. She was a very pretty girl. She was a very pretty lady. I do like Siamese cats, though. That's what Mooshie is. Oh, when we get back upstairs, if you guys remember, I'll play the voicemail from, or if I remember to, I'll play the voicemail I have from my dad with the Daisy update. It's quite funny. I guess her and Moochie, his Lynx Point Siamese, just follow each other around all day long. They just mirror each other. We read the first part of chapter 2 about the what was the drink? The Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. That was a cute one. Oh, come on, voice. Don't do this to me already. Sorry, Jeej. It's okay. It's okay. She's starting to put her head up and stare at me, which is, I think, a good sign. Just ate one of my hairs. Cool. She's not just head low and airplane ears. So we might be making progress. I hope so. Just I'll know. Where's on my face? There is one of my hairs. There is two of Tank's hairs on my mouth right now. That was not pleasant. What is happening? Excuse me. My throat all of a sudden feels extremely scratchy and dry, and I don't understand why. Angel hair pasta? PB's worms? She's passed a few of those. That hasn't been fun. 6 pints of bitter, said Ford Prefect to the barman of the Horse and Groom, and quickly, please. The world's about to end. The barman of the Horse and Groom didn't deserve this sort of treatment. He was a dignified old man. He pushed his glasses up his nose and blinked at Ford Prefect. Ford ignored him and stared out the windows. The barman looked instead at Arthur, who shrugged helplessly and said nothing. So the barman said, "Oh, yes, sir? Nice weather for it," and started pulling pints. He tried again. "Going to watch the match this afternoon, then?" Ford glanced round at him. "No, no point," he said, and looked back out to the window. "What's that, foregone conclusion, then, you reckon, sir?" said the barman. "Arsenal without a chance?" "No, no," said Ford. "It's just that the world's about to end." "Oh, yes, so you said, sir," said the barman, looking over his glasses this time at Arthur. "Lucky escape for the Arsenal, if it did." Ford looked back at him, genuinely surprised. "No, not really," he said. He frowned. The barman breathed in heavily. "There you are, sir. 6 pints." Arthur smiled at him, wanly, and shrugged again. He turned and smiled wanly at the rest of the pub, just in case any of them had heard what was going on. I think one thing I love about this book the most, reading it aloud, that I kind of skip over because I speed read when I read to myself, is I'm now noticing, especially all of like the golden rules of book writing that they've completely ignored in here, like using said over and over again instead of like remarked, retorted, replied. And so many words get repeated, like wanly, 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 wanly. I noticed that in the first chapter last time, but I was kind of waiting for it to happen more to point it out. But that's neat. I didn't notice that in my first read through. There you go, again, ruining another food item. Sorry. Only angel hair pasta, though. Like regular spaghetti is not wormy. Only angel hair pasta. Arsenal fans are called gooners before the internet got a hold of the term. God. Well, how do you get gooner from Arsenal? Oh my gosh. Yeah, sorry to ruin angel hair pasta, but yeah. Terry Pratchett was good at that, using a good word salad. I like it. I enjoy it. I find it cute and kitschy. But I did not notice it the first time reading through this. Now it's quite evident in observing it aloud. It's interesting. Arsenal to gun to gunners to gooners. I feel like that's a reach. They tried really hard for that. And at what cost? In this, the year of gooning of 2026. None of them had, and none of them could understand what he was smiling at them for. A man sitting next to Ford at the bar looked at the two men, grabbed the 6 pints, did a swift burst of mental arithmetic, arrived at the answer he liked, and then grinned a stupid, hopeful grin at them.
Get off, said Ford. They're ours, giving him a look that would have made an Algolian sun tiger get on what he was doing. Ford slapped a 5-pound note on the bar. He said, keep the change. What, from a fiver? Thank you, sir. You've got 10 minutes left to spend it. The barman decided to simply walk away for a bit. Ford, said Arthur, would you please tell me what the hell is going on? Drink up, said Ford. You've got 3 pints to get through. 3 pints, said Arthur. At lunchtime? The man next to Ford grinned and nodded happily. Ford ignored him. He said time is an illusion. Lunchtime. Doubly so. Doubly so. Very deep, said Arthur. You should send it to the Reader's Digest. I got a page for people like you. Drink up. Why 3 pints all of a sudden? Muscle relaxant. You'll need it. Muscle relaxant? Muscle relaxant. Arthur stared into his beer. Did I do anything wrong today? He said, or has the world always been like this, and I've been too wrapped up in myself to notice? All right, said Ford. I'll try to explain. How long have we known each other? How long? Arthur thought. About 5 years, maybe 6. He said. Most of it seemed to make some kind of sense all the time. All right, said Ford. How would you react if I said that I'm not from Guildford at all, but from a small planet somewhere in the vicinity of Beetlejuice? Arthur shrugged in a so-so sort of way. I don't know, he said, taking a pull of beer. Why do you think it's the sort of thing you're likely to say? Ford gave up. It really wasn't worth bothering at the moment, the world being about to end. He just said, drink up. He added perfectly factually, the world's about to end. Arthur gave the rest of the pub another wan smile. The rest of the pub frowned at him. The man waved at him to stop smiling at them and mind his own business. This must be Thursday, said Arthur to himself, sinking low over his beer. Could never get the hang of Thursdays. What about PURRSDAYs, though? Oh my goodness. A 5-pound note probably wouldn't cover 2 beers anymore. A 5-pound note would probably be about somewhere between $4 and $6 US, right? I would imagine a beer is probably at least, I don't know, 6 or 8. So you'd need a 15-pound note for 2 of them. Chapter 3. On this particular Thursday. Chapter 3 is chunky. I mean, it's not chunky, but compared to the rest. On this particular Thursday, something was moving quietly through. Eat the churro, damn it. Through the ionosphere many miles above the surface of the planet. Several somethings, in fact. Several dozen huge, yellow, chunky slab-like somethings. I did a really bad job at underlining this, and some of it is crossed out. I think I probably got graded on what was annotated and was lazy for that one. Back then, the British pound was twice the American dollar then even. I have no idea what currency conversions are. I just assumed that anything that's European or Canadian is probably within $2 to $3 plus or minus of the American dollar, and anything outside of that, I have no idea what the currency conversion would be. No idea at all. Several somethings, in fact, several dozen huge, yellow, chunky slab-like somethings, huge as office blocks, silent as birds. They soared with ease, basking in electromagnetic rays from the star's soul, biding their time, grouping, and preparing. My lips, I can feel it when I'm talking. Oh. Okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't bleeding. I know, as you want to have a lot of spending money, you got to convert to dongs, which is the Vietnam currency. I'm gonna be rich in dongs. Oh my god. I feel like I am already, but not in the currency sense. My throat is very bothered tonight. Goodness golly. I mean, I could if I threw all of my dildos into a kiddie pool, but it sounds like more trouble than it's worth. That'd be an interesting video, though. I want someone to commission that video now, so that I have a reason to do it other than just my ridiculousness in my free time. The planet beneath them was almost perfectly oblivious of their presence, which was just how they wanted it for the moment. A huge yellow something went unnoticed as as they passed over the Cape Canaveral without a blip. Woomera and Jojo Bank looked straight through them, which was a pity because it was exactly the sort of thing they were looking for all of these years. The only place they registered was at a small black device called a sub-ether sensomatic, which winked away quietly to itself. It nestled in the darkness of the leather satchel which Ford Prefect habitually slung around his neck. The contents of Ford Prefect's satchel were quite interesting, and in fact would have made any Earth physicist's eyes pop out of his head, which is why he always concealed them by keeping a couple of dog-eared scripts for the play he pretended he was auditioning for stuffed in the top. Besides the sub-ether sensomatic and the scripts, he had an electronic thumb, a short, squat black rod, smooth and matte, with a couple of flat black switches and dials at one end. He also had a device that looked rather like a largish electronic calculator. This had about 100 tiny flat press buttons on screen, about 4 inches square, in which any of the million pages could be summoned at a moment's notice. Goodness golly. I don't know how much story time we can do tonight. This is not ideal. Yeah. When the times you went camping with your friends, you're gonna fill one of their sleeping bags with dildos, but it turned out to cost way more than you thought it would. Yeah. they're a little expensive. Or if you don't want them to melt into each other and be incredibly unsafe, which I don't think in that situation would really matter. They're very expensive. Or even just cheap ones are a little bit. I want to get to like a good stopping point though. I left us in a weird area. My throat is like burning. I need to make a cup of tea. It hurts. I'm coughing my brains out. It's not a good feeling. Oh, where did I leave us? Someone at a moment's notice. It looked insanely complicated. This was one of the reasons why the snug plastic cover it fitted had the words "Don't Panic" printed on it in large friendly letters. The other reason was that this device was in fact the most remarkable of all books ever to come out of the great publishing corporations of Ursa Minor, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The reason why it was published in the form of a micro-submersant electronic component is if it were printed in normal book form, an interstellar hitchhiker would require several inconveniently large buildings to carry it around in. Beneath that, in Ford Prefect's satchel were a few ballpoints, a notepad, and a largish bath towel from Marks and Spencer. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has a few things to say on the subject of towels. A towel, it said, is about the most massively useful thing an interstellar hitchhiker can have. Partly it has great practical value. You can wrap it around you for warmth as you bound across the cold moods of Jagan Betta. You can lay on it in the brilliant marble-sanded beaches of Santraviginas V, inhaling the dark, heady sea vapors. You can sleep beneath it in the stars which shine so redly on the desert kingdom of Kakrafoon. Use it to sail a mini-craft down the slow and heavy river Moth. Wet it for use in hand-to-hand combat. Wrap it around your head to ward off noxious fumes or avoid the gaze of the ravenous bug-blat beast of Troll, a mind-bogglingly stupid animal. It assumes that you can't see it, then it can't see you. Daft as a brush, but very, very ravenous. You can wave your towel at it in emergencies as a distress signal, and of course dry yourself off with it if it still seems to be clean enough. More importantly, a towel has immense psychological value. For some reason, if a strag is a non-hitchhiker, discovers that a hitchhiker has his towel with him, he will automatically assume he was in possession of a toothbrush, washcloth, soap, tin of biscuits, flask, compass, map, ball of string, gnat spray, wet weather gear, spacesuit, etc., etc. Furthermore, the strag will then happily lend the hitchhiker any of these or a dozen other items that the hitchhiker might have accidentally lost. What the strag will think is that any man can hitch the length and breadth of the galaxy, rough it, slum it, struggle against terrible odds, win through it all, and still know where his towel is clearly a man to be reckoned with. Hence a phrase that has passed into the hitchhiking slang is, "Hey, you sass, that hoopy Ford prefect, there's a frood who really knows where his towel is." Sass is to know, beware of, meet, or have sex with. Hoopy, really together. Frood, really amazingly together guy. Nestling quietly on the top of the towel in Ford Prefect's satchel, the sub-ether sensomatic began to wink more quickly. Miles above the surface of the planet, the huge yellow somethings began to fan out. At Jodrell Bank, someone decided it was time for a nice relaxing cup of tea. A cup of tea sounds good. It sounds very good. You just stick them to random people's cars and then make unicorns in the world. That's what you do with them. You had a towel with you, said Ford suddenly to Arthur. Arthur, struggling with his third pint, looked round him. Why? What? No. Should I have? He had given up on being surprised, and there didn't seem to be any point any longer. Ford clicked his tongue in irritation. Drink up, he urged. At that moment, the dull sound of a rumbling crash from the outside filtered through a low murmur of the pub, through the sound of the jukebox, through the sound of the man next to Ford hiccuping over the whiskey Ford had eventually bought him. Arthur choked out his beer and leapt to his feet. What's that? He yelped. Don't worry, said Ford. They haven't started yet. Thank God for that, said Arthur, and relaxed. It's probably just your house being knocked down, said Ford, downing his last point. What? Shouted Arthur. Suddenly, Ford's spell was broken. Arthur looked wildly around him and ran to the window. My God, they are. They're knocking over my house. They're knocking my house down. The hell am I doing in the pub, Ford? Hardly makes any difference at this stage, said Ford. Let them have their fun. Fun, yelped Arthur. Fun! He quickly checked out the window again. They were talking about the same thing. Damn their fun, he hooted, and ran out of the pub furiously, waving a near-empty beer glass. He made no friends at all in the pub that lunchtime. Darn Thursdays. Stop, you vandals, you homewreckers, bawled Arthur. You half-crazed Visigoths, stop. Stop, will you? Ford would have to go after him. Turning quickly to the barman, he asked for 4 packets of peanuts. There you are, sir, said the barman, slapping the packets on the bar. 28 pence, if you'd be so kind. Ford was very kind. He gave the barman another 5-pound note and told him to keep the change. The barman looked at it, and then looked at Ford. He suddenly shivered. He experienced a momentary sensation that he didn't understand, because no one on earth had ever experienced it before. In moments of great stress, every life form that exists gives out a tiny subliminal signal. The signal simply communicates an exact and almost pathetic sense of how far that being is from how far that being is from the place of his birth. I annotated poorly again. On Earth, it is never impossible. It is never possible to be farther than 16,000 miles from your birthplace, which really isn't far, so much signals are too minute to be noticed. Ford Prefect was at this moment under great stress. He was born 600 light years away, near the vicinity of Betelgeuse. The barman reeled for a moment, hit by a shocking, incomprehensible sense of distance. He didn't know what it meant, but he looked at Ford Prefect with a new sense of respect, almost awe. "You serious, sir?" he said in a small whisper which had the effect of silencing the pub. "I think the world's going to end." "Yes," said Ford, "but this afternoon." Ford had recovered himself. He was at his flippest. "Yes," he said gaily. "In less than 2 minutes, I would estimate." The barman couldn't believe this conversation he was having, but he couldn't believe the sensation he had just had either. Isn't there anything we can do about it, then? No, nothing, said Ford, stuffing the peanuts into his pocket. Someone in the hushed bar had suddenly laughed ferociously at how stupid everyone had become. The man sitting next to Ford was a bit sozzled by now. His eyes weaved their way up to Ford. I thought, he said, that if the world was going to end, we were meant to lie down and put a paper bag over our head or something. If you like, yes, said Ford. That's what they told us in the army, said the man. His eyes began the long trek back towards his whiskey. Will that help? Asked the barman. No, said Ford, and gave him a friendly smile. Excuse me, he said. I've got to go. With a wave, he left. The pub was silent for a moment longer, and then, embarrassingly enough, the man with the raucous laugh did it again. The girl he had dragged along to the pub with him had grown to loathe him dearly over the last hour, and it probably would have been a great satisfaction to her to know that in the minute and a half or so he would suddenly evaporate into a whiff of hydrogen, ozone, and carbon monoxide. However, when the moment came, she would be too busy evaporating herself to notice it. The barman cleared his throat. He heard himself say, "Last orders, please." Huge yellow machines began to sink downward and move faster. Ford knew they were there. This wasn't the way he had wanted it. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Got some sleepy tea? I have sleepy tea, but that doesn't make me sleepy. Melatonin, sleepy tea, etc. None of that works for me. I have prescription sleeping pills, but I don't like to take them. Whiskey and 3 beers would be good sleepy tea. Running up the lane, Arthur had nearly reached his house. He didn't notice how cold it had become. He didn't notice the wind. He didn't notice the sudden irrational squall of rain. He didn't notice anything but the caterpillar bulldozers crawling over the rubble that had been his home. "You barbarians," he yelled. "I'll sue the council for every penny it's got. I'll have you hung, drawn, and quartered, and whipped, and boiled, until you've had enough." Ford was running after him very fast, very, very fast. "And then I will do it again," yelled Arthur. "When I've finished, I'll take the little bits, and I will jump on them." Arthur didn't notice the men were running from the bulldozers. He didn't notice that Mr. Prosser was staring hectically into the sky. What Mr. Prosser had noticed was the huge yellow somethings were screaming through the clouds. Impossibly huge yellow somethings. "I'll carry on jumping on them," yelled Arthur, still running, "until I get blisters, until I can think of anything more unpleasant to do. And then—" Arthur tripped and fell headlong, rolled and landed flat on his back. At last he noticed that something was going on. His finger shot upward. "What the hell is that?" he shrieked. Whatever it was raced across the sky in its monstrous yellowness, tore the sky apart with its mind-boggling noise, and leaped off into the distance, leaving the gaping air to shut behind it with a bang that drove your ears 6 feet into your skull. Oof. Another one followed and did exactly the same thing, only louder. It's difficult to say exactly what the people on the surface of the planet were doing now, because they didn't really know what they were doing themselves. None of it made a lot of sense. Running into houses, running out of houses, howling noiselessly at the noise. All the world, the city streets exploded with people. Cars skidded into each other as the noise fell upon them, and then rolled off like a tidal wave over the hills and valleys, deserts and oceans, seeming to flatten everything it hit. Only one man stood and watched the sky with terrible sadness in his eyes and rubber bungs in his ears. He knew exactly what was happening, and he had known ever since his subathesensomatic started winking in the dead of the night beside his pillow and wakened him with a start. It was what he had waited for all these years, but when he had deciphered the signal pattern, sitting alone in his small dark room, a coldness had gripped him and squeezed his heart. Of all the races in all the galaxy who would have come and said a big hello to planet Earth, he thought, didn't it just have to be the Vogons? Still, he knew what he had to do. As the Vogon craft screamed through the air, high above them, he opened his satchel. He threw a copy of Joseph in the Technicolor Dreamcoat. He threw away a copy of Godspell. He wouldn't need them where he was going. Everything was ready. Everything was prepared. He knew where the towel was. A sudden silence hit Earth. If anything, it was worse than the noise. For a while, nothing happened. Great ships hung motionless in the sky. were every nation over earth. Motionless they hung, huge, heavy, steady in the sky, with a blasphemy against nature. Many people went straight into shock as their minds tried to encompass what they were looking at. The ships hung in the sky, much in the same way that bricks don't. And still, nothing happened. There was a slight whisper, a sudden spacious whisper of open ambient sound. Every hi-fi set in the world, every radio, every television, every cassette recorder, every woofer, every tweeter, Xer now, every mid-range driver in the world, where it quietly turned itself on. Every tin can, every dustbin, every window, every car, every wine glass, every sheet of rusty metal became activated as an acoustically perfect sounding board. Before the earth passed away, it was going to be treated to the very ultimate in sound reproduction, the greatest public address system ever built. But there was no concert, no music, no fanfare, just a simple message. People of Earth, your attention please, the voice said, and it was wonderful. Wonderful, perfect, quadraphonic sound with distortion levels so low to make a brave man weep. This is prosthetic. I completely crossed that out with my underline. Prosthetic Vogon Jelts of the Galactic Hyperspace Planning Council, the voice continued. It's miserable. As you will no doubt be aware, the plans for development of the outlying regions of the galaxy require the building of a hyperspatial express route through your star system, and regrettably, your planet is one of those scheduled for demolition. The process will take slightly less than 2 of your Earth minutes. Thank you. The PA died away. Uncomprehending terror settled onto the watching people of Earth. The terror moved slowly through the gathered crowds, as if they were iron fillings on a sheet of board and a magnet moving beneath them. Panic sprouted again, desperate fleeing panic, but there was nowhere to flee to. Observing this, the Vogons turned the PA on again. It said, "There's no point in acting all surprised about it. All the planning charts and demolition orders have been on display in your local planning department in Alpha Centauri for 50 of your Earth years. So you've had plenty of time to lodge any formal complaint, and it's far too late to start making a fuss about it now." The PA fell silent again, and its echo drifted off across the land. The huge ships turned slowly in the sky with easy power. On the other side of each, a hatchway opened, an empty black square. By this time, someone somewhere must have manned a radio transmitter, located a wavelength, and broadcast a message back to the Vogon ships to plead on behalf of the planet. Nobody ever heard what they said. They only heard the reply. PA slammed back into life again, and the voice was annoyed. It said, "What do you mean you've never been to Alpha Centauri? For heaven's sake, mankind, it's only 4 light years away, you know. I'm sorry, but you can't be bothered to take an interest in local affairs. That's your own lookout." Energized the demolition beams. Light poured out of the hatchways. "I don't know," said the voice in the PA. "Apathetic bloody planet. Got no sympathy at all." It cut off. There was a terrible ghastly silence. There was a terrible ghastly noise. There was a terrible ghastly silence. The Vogon constructor fleet coasted away into the inky starry void. Dun dun dun. Chapter 4 next time. Far, far away. On the opposite end. Not in the galaxy, far, far away. I gotta make cheese or munchies. That was perfect. I think we started at 2:02 and it's 2:29. It's almost exactly 30 minutes. It'll be a 30-minute chill sesh once we're done making her little foods. Food. Yay. I am loving the rebellious nature of this literary sitch. I think I put us on the wrong side here. It's a big dog ear, was it? It might have been just following a previous dog ear that I had done. There's a big dog ear. You'll be able to tell what page it is. For a while, I was terrible. I had a phase where I would do it completely like a square. If you're making a square triangle, like make it meet in. Not just little baby dog ear. That's for babies. That's for babies. Alright, Miss Gigi. Let's make your munchies. Your munchy crunchies. Your munchy crunchies. You finished your bowl from earlier. You did a really good job. She has an excellent appetite, so obviously she's food motivated. She eats that churro like 5 minutes after I leave the room. I just want her to eat it while I'm in here. That would be so good. So good. So good. I think Charlie heard me open a can. Charlie is such a greedy little fathead. I love her. So stinky. So stinky. And then her gabapentin-ified wet food. I gotta pick up more GABA for her tomorrow. So that's the last of our current supply. There we go. Wonder what kind of animals are on Alpha Centauri. If there's any Gigi's, they would be hiding. Ooh, nice. I bet that'll be enjoyable. I wonder if I would like that too. Probably. I have credits in my Audible that I need to use. Alright. You're all closed up here. Gigi, I love you, even though you don't love me. I do love you. And it is going to be okay. Believe it or not, it is going to be okay. Oh my goodness golly. Darkness. Charlie, don't do it. Charlie, don't do it. Ho, don't do it. Ho, don't do it. Ho, don't do it. There we go. I love you, Gigi. Hi, Charlie. I know you heard the can open. You're going to freak out. She's going to freak out. She's going to freak out. Oh, wait. I'm going to die at the bottom of my stairs. That's how we're keeping Pippi out of the basement right now. And it's not safe. It's not Serena proof. It's not safe. Charlie, I just almost stepped on your head because you ran upstairs literally as I was putting my foot down. Girlfriend. Girlfriend. This is not for you. It's for your long distant cousin. Excuse me, ma'am. Gotta rinse the spoon. Okay, we'll get dinner in just a few minutes. Let me get back to my home base, please. Let me, please. Mama. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Charlie, you're gonna kill me. I'm gonna die, and then no one's gonna feed you. Really? Charlie. That's a bit much. Just cock block and everything. What you doing, PB Peebers? Aw, she just chilling. She just chilling. She's just relaxing. I'm gonna get you all snuggled up in a few, babe. Gonna get everyone dinner too. Hello, Mr. Boy Bean. Then we got his snuggies.
Yesy, yesy. Yesy, yesy. Get some good sleeps, the Mad Topher. I appreciate you making the time to be here tonight. With the wild beans. May you be as cozy as a Gunther in all the blankies. Mm. The Gollum voice would be interesting. There we go. Boy, are you purr so big. Do you want to read our night story? Where did my cord go? There. Over there. No, you want hungers. I thought you wanted uppies. Okay. Priorities. Men. I keep forgetting about my hair and spooping myself. Like, whoa. That's different. It's different. It's different. I do like it, though. The third color lift is probably going to be the most complicated. Because at that point, I'll have to balance out, like, the darker and lighter tones. Whereas right now, it looks pretty okay. It'll look better once I get, like, all of the oil that I have in it out of it. Because it looks wet from all the oil. And just get some conditioner going on it. But being kind of uneven right now, I feel like it looks more natural-ish. It's weird because, like, this is my natural hair color. Little BB Serena, like, pre-5th grade, was a little redhead. It just got darker from there. It's weird. I don't think this really suits me as a natural color, though. Like, it doesn't look bad. But it's not like, whoa, that's what you were meant to be. I don't know what I was meant to be. But it's interesting. Good morning. Good night, Club Cult. To our words of wisdom for the evening. Good morning, he said. Be at home in your head. Make sure Joy is well fed. Don't dread hog the bed. Good night now and rest. Today was a test. You passed it, and you're past it. Now breathe until unstressed. This is lovely. Spoiler alerts for next stream. This is going to be our night for tonight, Club Gold. Thank you all for a marvelous evening. Thank you for your time, your chats, your support, your company. But more than anything, thank you for your time. You're like falling off my face here. Oh, Gunther got his new treats. Aren't these so cute? They're Alice in Wonderland ones. They're upcycled treats. You have sustainably sourced salmon, upcycled potatoes, USDA beef. So all of like the not gross stuff that's left over. Here, what are upcycled treats? Our upcycled treats are made from ingredients that would have otherwise ended up in a landfill. By purchasing Upcycled Food Association certified products, you are helping reduce food waste. 8% of human-caused greenhouse gas emissions come from food lost in waste, which is why reducing food waste is the single greatest solution to climate change, according to Project Drawdown. Very schnifty. I'm not going to open them now because the boys will go crazy, but they're soft. I think Gunther will really like them, considering Voya and Zeke got some schmancy new treats themselves. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your time more than anything. time is very valuable. There's this finite thing that you only get so much of in life to do whatever the heck you want with. And thank you so much for sharing yours here. It's very special. And I appreciate it oh so mucho. Keep doing you. You do you, boo. And thank you. I hope you get some good eats and some good eats tonight, too. Ooh, 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 ooh. I don't even know what I'm making for dinner. Oh, I have leftover Chinese. That's what I'm having for dinner tonight. Some tofu, some hot and sour soup, some, like, just tofu and clear broth and veggie soup. Boy, are you really enjoying scritching on that chair over there? You can pop your little head out? No? Boy, really likes this chair. It was worth it. It was the best price. Free. Free! If you bebs want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff, the sketch for when I will see you bebs next. And thank you all also so much for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. Your new little bitty tangible goal. I don't think I've had tangible goals up in a while other than our donos in December and in November. Our new tangible goal is 13 subs a week. That will fund 1 TNR. If we can just keep that moving in momentum, Stream the Dreams project will be going in so many amazing directions, and it's beautiful and wonderful, and that makes me really happy. It makes me excited. I like feeling passionate. Like leveling up one's passion. Give me a kiss, draw me a sheep. Fair trade. Draw me a sheep. That was perfect. It fell, but it fell on my leg. It didn't roll away. It was very nice. Pucker up, Buttercup. Botrick's got you on that one. Hope you guys get some good sleep tonight. Get some good eats. Make good choices. Don't do anything voyeur I wouldn't do. And my shoulder's been bothering me. I keep stretching up that way really weird. That was a good pop. It finally needed to do that. I said, well, fine, bitch. I'm not going to bother you anymore. Do me one favor until I see you bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, kind, spectacular, and all of the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating suspended animation, or wherever it needs to go. Till, booyah! I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Get some good eepy dreamies, and I shall catch you all for the next one. Thank you for being your wonderful selves, and I shall see you all again soon. Get some good sleeps. Good nighty night.